Faraja TV, authentic African voices. Faraja TV, authentic African voices.
Previous youth parliament. Every year we call about 50 young people to come and represent majority of the rest of the young people. So since 2018, about 8 years now, we have been having effective representation of young people from the entire region. And I want to congratulate each one of you who is here, that congratulations to you. It is not easy being part of this platform. We carefully selected participants to take part in this forum. We have young people in entrepreneurship, we have young people in politics, we have young people in civil society, and also have young people in government or civil service. So we are very honored to have you this morning, and as I said earlier, I'll be honored to have an active engagement from the Rwenzori. Rwenzori, as young people from this area, we are committed to seeing that the voice of the young people is heard all over the world. And it is you, it is me that can raise this voice. If we are not coordinated enough, then we may not be able to get what we want. You will only get what you want if you have fought for it. But if you remain in your comfort zone, trust me, you will not be able to get anything. I take now this time, after all I have said, to invite my colleague Chumro from KRC, who I request thereafter to invite Shalom from Faraja Africa Foundation. I thank you once again, and we are looking forward to a meaningful and fruitful engagement.
Thank you so much, Goodson. Good morning. I also take this opportunity to welcome you into this regional youth parliament. And of course, we appreciate Faraja and other partners who have always made it a point to see that we have this space organized on an annual basis. And of course, to the young people, this is our responsibility to be here. And like those years when they told us the young people are the leaders of tomorrow, I can say we are a little bit unfortunate that that status quo has changed within our era. As the younger people, we face a number of challenges. We're looking at one of the motions which is talking about the commercialization of politics, which is limiting the effective participation of the young people into the electoral processes currently. This is a challenge that we are facing. As we are vying to be leaders of tomorrow, we have this bottleneck. The financial resources that most people put in, we don't have access to them. But here we are vying to see how we tap into this opportunity. So we are here to discuss these issues. We are here to find solutions to the problems that we might be facing as the young people. So this is an open space. Don't feel shy to raise up and speak. In the previous parliaments, we have had young people coming in to speak even their local languages. Nabazor Jungo Nurulema, Nabazor Toro, Nabazor Konjo, Nabazor Swahili, but indeed the message goes home. We're even so lucky that we have interpreters. At a point when you feel the point can't come out well in English, you're free to use your local language, at least to see that you are able to articulate our issues successfully. Once again, thank you for securing time to be here. Thank you so much, Faraja. Thank you so much, Vision International Actors, for enabling us to be here. I wish you a fruitful deliberation. Over to you, Shalom.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Let's have a round of applause for the previous speakers. Okay, thank you very much. My name is Nawira Shalom Chantal. I work with Faraja Africa Foundation as the programs manager. I head the governance department. First of all, greetings. I'd like to sincerely thank you all for attending the 8th Subnational Youth Parliament, which is convened by Faraja. The Subnational Youth Parliaments, like my previous speaker mentioned, they began in 2018, but for us since then have become a flagship program. Over the years, this platform has nurtured, mentored, and propelled young leaders into leadership at national levels and regional levels. Well, my speech is more about motivating you all, and I'd like to say, let us embrace our potential as young leaders. We're not just the leaders of tomorrow, we're the architects of today. Our voices resonate with power, influence, and possibility of change. In this room, I see future policy makers, innovators, and change makers who will shape the narrative of this region and beyond. We often hear that youth are the leaders of tomorrow, but I say we are leaders today. Each of us has a critical role to play in shaping policies that reflect our dreams and aspirations. Let us challenge the status quo with creativity, boldness, and even humor, because who says serious matters cannot be approached with a smile. Sometimes laughter can be the bridge that connects us, the spark that unites us. I extend a heartfelt thank you to our partners, especially GIZ, who have consistently believed in us and supported this journey. Your commitment is invaluable. You provide us with the resources, mentorship, and opportunities that amplify our voices. Together we are building a brighter, stronger Uganda. As we embark on this journey, all of us, I urge each one of you to engage fully, speak up, share your ideas. Let your voices be heard. This is your platform. I repeat, this is your platform. Use it wisely. Whether you're advocating for climate change, pushing for education reforms, or championing any cause close to your heart, know this: every voice matters. And remember, change does not happen overnight. It takes persistence, patience, and sometimes a touch of humor to carry us through the toughest of the days. Even in adversity, there is always space for joy, and there's always room for laughter. I'd like to wish you all the best of the deliberations, and I wish you all to be the light. Thank you all, and have a great, beautiful day. Thank you very much. I'd like to use this moment to invite our partner from GIZ to give her opening remarks, and then we'll open the session. Let's give her a clap.
Thank you, Shalom, and thank you, Faraja Africa Foundation, representatives of the district present, representatives of Faraja Africa Foundation, representatives of civil society organizations present, representatives of the youth, distinguished guests, all protocol observed. My name is Kaku Juanita Davina. I work with GIZ. GIZ is the German Agency for International Cooperation. Specifically, I work on the governance program as a technical advisor who's in charge of advising on issues concerning disability and young people, youths. And so today, it is with great pleasure that I address you in my capacity as the technical advisor for youth and persons with disabilities, who is also supporting the Faraja Africa Foundation's youth-led advocacy in legislation project. This subnational youth parliament is one of 8 subnational youth parliaments that started yesterday. Yesterday we were in Mbarara, and they will be ending on 14th of July 2025. This is a vital platform for amplifying the voices of Uganda's young leaders to drive inclusive governance and sustainable development through technology and partnerships, in line with this year's International Youth Day theme. Does anybody know the International Youth Day theme for 2025? Our young parliamentarians today, the ones who are debating in the House, does anybody know this year's International Youth Day theme? Just raise up your hand. Young people. Young people, you must read. So today we're going to debate on different issues, but I'm wondering, did you do research? The International Youth Day is your day. It is your day to celebrate your progress. It is your day to just look back, to reflect. Okay? So the National Youth Parliament will be happening on the 8th of August. And it's in line with the International Youth Day theme. So I want to give you research. Research, read. Okay? It's good for us to be knowledgeable. You must be, there's no excuse, young people. You must read. You must do what? You must do what? And you must debate from an informed point of view. Okay. So I'm giving you that homework. Please do it. Youth are the heartbeat of Uganda's future, representing over 6.4 million voices in the country's democratic processes. Your energy, creativity, and commitment to change are critical to addressing challenges like limited civic space, access to information, and meaningful participation in decision-making. I want to commend Faraja Africa Foundation for creating safe and inclusive spaces like this one, empowering young women, men, and marginalized groups, particularly persons with disabilities, refugees, ethnic minorities, to engage in policy, dialogue, and advocate for priorities such as education, health, economic empowerment, and climate action. So I mentioned that I work with the governance program. However, in the governance program, specifically CASP, the civil society support program is the one that funded this project. And in that program, we have also supported the participation of young people to make contributions to Uganda's National Development Plan 4. How many of us have heard about the National Development Plan 4? Just raise up your hand. Wow. That's good. I hope beyond hearing about the NDP4, we have made an attempt to try to read it. Is that so? Wow, that's amazing. Please carry on. As GIZ, we are working to make sure that it comes out in different accessible formats. And I believe there will also be a youth-friendly format. Maybe if I can ask, what formats would you prefer? Formats on TikTok? Or what format of the Simplified National Development Plan 4 would you prefer? You must participate, you people. I want you to be active. I'm expecting today's Youth Parliament to be on fire. To be on fire with substantive contributions. Okay? Yeah, so I want you to just feel free. Honorables, feel free and let's interact. When I ask you a question, please respond. Please respond. So as I finish, as a technical advisor, my role is to provide technical guidance to Faraja, ensuring all initiatives, including the youth parliaments, prioritize accessibility and inclusion. You can see that even the venue we have chosen is accessible for persons with disabilities. So this is very important to make sure that persons with disabilities and young people all shape Uganda's development. So I want to tell you, young people, that all the deliberations you're going to make today will feed into the National Youth Parliament that will happen on 8th August 2025 and the East African Youth Parliament in Arusha on 26th and 27th September 2025, ensuring that grassroots voices shape national and regional policies. Now, the National Youth Parliament is very competitive, which means that today, put your A game forward, okay? I know that many of you have done research, isn't it so? And you are aware of the motions that are going to be debated today, isn't it so? Yeah, so that means that you're going to give us statistics, you're going to give us data. I want to thank you for looking good. Please clap for yourselves. Many of us are really looking like honorables. Yeah, so that is good. Keep it up. Always look good. Always look good. You just never know when that big door is going to open. And so I want to encourage you to please debate in a respectful manner. Please do not be political. I want to encourage whoever is going to be voted as speaker to make sure that the debate is as inclusive as it can be. Give a chance to persons with disabilities. Give a chance to the young women, and of course even to the young men, to all deliberate. I want to tell you that the whole world is watching you today, young people. We have people from GIZ who are tuned in. We have people from the European Union. We have government officials tuned in. We have people even beyond Uganda who are tuned in to listen to your concerns, to listen to your needs, to listen to your aspirations, okay? So thank you very much for having come once again. My name is Kako Joanita Davina, and I work with GIZ. I wish you productive and impactful deliberations. Thank you very much. And so at this time, I'll return the microphone to the MC.
Thank you so much, Ms. Joanita Kako. And maybe to reiterate what she has really hinted on is that the young people should really be informed, should really have a grasp of what they are to talk about, in that, I mean, you cannot really get or involve yourself in a discussion when you're not informed. And thank you so much, Ms. Joanita. Again, we thank the GIZ team for believing in this program, for believing in this partnership. Our heartfelt thanks to you and the team. The next item on the agenda is the election and induction of the speaker. Well, I understand that there are 3 aspirants from the conversations that we had earlier on. It was more of like a catch-up to get to know ourselves, to get to know what we expect from this deliberation and session today. So upon this background, please, I would like us to get into the nomination process. If you want to nominate someone, then yeah, I think this is your chance to do so. I would also like the team, Shalom, and the team to help me as we get into this election. More of like getting like a pen, paper, so that we get to know who is nominated. Yeah, and go on, please. It's okay.
Good morning, everyone, once again. My name is Msinguzi David Akora. I take this opportunity to nominate Basemia Sharon as the speaker for 8th Aboriginal Youth Parliament. Thank you so much.
Come again, please. The name?
Basemia Sharon.
Basemia Shalom. Okay, sure. Who is seconding?
I second.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I'm guided that when you nominate, you give us your name.
I'm Msinguzi David Akora.
My name is David Bryan.
I think that is Basamera Shalom. She has been nominated and seconded to take part in the speakership race.
Thank you so much. My name is Baruch Hannington. I take this opportunity to nominate Musoki Alinitu Brenda as the speaker who will lead us through this 8th Subnational Youth Parliament today. Thank you.
Your name, please. Your name and the person that you're nominating.
My name is Baruch Hannington, and I'm nominating Musoki Alinetu Brenda.
Thank you. Any other person who is seconding Musoki Alinetu Brenda?
My name is Honorable Kule Enos Majan, and I'm nominating Honorable Musoki Brenda Lilian to be the Speaker of this Parliament. Thank you.
Seconded, yeah. He's nominating another speaker, right?
Thank you so much. My name is Kato Gilbert Vitariho. I am very happy to be here, and I want to take this opportunity to nominate Honorable Ahura Ivan to be the 8th Speaker of this Youth Parliament. Thank you.
Amos Vachu is my name. I'm seconding the nomination of Ahura.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have 3 speakers. Yeah, and they have been nominated, they have been seconded by you, honorable members of parliament, honorable members of the Sub-Regional Youth Parliament. I would like, in the order of the nomination, yeah, I would like them to come give us a brief mandate into what they aspire to do for the House when elected as Speaker. Shalom, please. Yeah. You will take 3 minutes. Give us your mandate, give us your manifesto.
Thank you so much, our today's MC. Once again, I'm Sharon Basemera Amoti, a representative from Fortportal Tourism City. I'm so glad to be here, and I welcome you all to the Tourism City. I first thank the person who has nominated me for this position. Thank you so much. Yeah, Sharon, I'm a student at Uganda Matters University doing engineering. I'm a leader in the youth space in my city, that is Fortportal North, and I'm currently serving as the Vice Union Governor, Uganda Matters University Fortportal campus, at the same time as the Vice President for the St. Joseph's Technical Institute Alumni Association. So today, as honorable members, I seek your support. I'm here to amplify your voices. As young people from the Rwenzori region, our voices need to be heard. And if we are to be heard, we need someone who is going to represent us. We need someone who is willing to listen to us. So I'm here to listen to your concerns. I'm here to amplify your voices anytime, any day. So I really seek for your mandate. I'm requesting for your support to entrust me as the Speaker of the 8th Subnational Youth Parliament, Rwenzori Sub-Region. Thank you so much. I cannot promise you heaven and earth. I'm not here. I can't say I'll do this, do that. That will not be so convincing. Of course, you know, if I promise you heaven and earth and what I'm really not going to do or provide, to not be making sense. So that is it. I'm here to listen to you. I'm here to amplify your voices. Tell me your concerns from each and every district of the Rwenzori region. Thank you so much. The opportunity to serve is what I'm requesting for. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Shalon. You've kept time, yeah, and a good leader should keep time. Honorable Brenda.
Thank you very much. All protocol observed. Musoki Alnet Brenda are my names, and aspiring on the speakership for this 8th Youth Parliament. Currently, I'm a candidate in my district. I want to run the female youth to the district level. And as I told you, I have a dream of becoming a member of parliament representing the women 2031. As per now, I request for your votes. I cannot promise you heaven and earth, but for now, I promise to do this. In this parliament, if elected, I will ensure there is equality. Whether you are disabled, whether you're what, when you want to share in your view, I'll give in and give you the table to share. I'll make sure that this house is organized, like time is taken, time is managed, and everything is managed. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Brenda. Please, Honorable Ahura, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning to you all. Good morning to you all. My name is Ahura Ivan. I am the regional coordinator for high school leadership development, a leadership training initiative that trains and equips student leaders around this region with skills of servant and transformational leaders. I am also the president of the 11th cohort of the Young Leaders Forum, a forum that brings together young people all over this country, equipping them with information and skills on political, social, and economic empowerment such that they can meaningfully participate in nation building. Today, I stand before you requesting for your mandate and support and vote to become the Speaker of the 8th Rwenzori Regional Parliament, or Rwenzori Regional Youth Parliament. I come to you this morning pledging that if given the mandate, Madam Joanita was here from GIZ, and I think she copied my manifesto, because I believe that if given the opportunity to become the Speaker of this Parliament, I will provide a conducive environment that each one of you will have an opportunity to air out their views. Because I believe the young people who make 78% of this country have one thing they need to have their voices heard, and that is the environment I'm going to put in place if given the opportunity. And throughout my time of youth leadership and youth empowerment, one thing I have learned is that the voices of the young people do matter. And that is why my campaign has been rooted on 3 words: speak, act, and transform. I believe that each one of us has an opportunity to speak out our views, not only just speak, but speak with courage. After speaking, we put what we speak into action, and when we put it into action, we will transform this nation, I and you working together hand in hand. Thank you so much for giving me your vote.
Thank you so much, Honorable Ahula. Speak, act, transform. That's your mandate in 3 words. Well, we are going to get into the voting process, but to erase your fears and doubts, this is going to be a transparent process.
Thank you. The envelope is empty, and we're going to give you all papers, as clean as they are. You write the person you are voting for. Are we ready? Are we ready? Okay. We can now dive into voting for the next speaker.
Also, to be guided, not to erase your fears, but the people that are not going to make it are the two people, yeah, will become the clerks to Parliament. Yeah. You can see Honorable Brenda is happy. I don't know whether
You're ready? Okay. I'll be collecting. I need you to see one more time.
as you're casting in your vote, allow me really request whoever nominated the candidate, the first person to nominate a candidate, to step forward, because you're going to be agents of your candidate. If you nominated your candidate, please step forward. So, this is an agent for?
Brenda.
Basemea Sharon.
Ahura Ivan.
Basemea Sharon. Ahura Ivan. Ahura Ivan. Basemea Sharon. Basemea Sharon. Sharon. Brenda. Ivan. Sharon. Brenda. I don't know this person, it's like an invalid vote.
Ivan. I think you should come closer. Sharon. 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 Interesting. Sharon. Ivan. Ivan. Sharon. Brenda. Brenda. Ivan. Brenda. Ivan. Ivan. Brenda. Ivan. 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 Brenda. Sharon. 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 Brenda. Sharon. One last vote. Ivan. As you can see. So I think it's time for the nominators to count the votes. No, you have to count the. Let's count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Ivan has 14 votes. Brenda. Ivan 14. Brenda. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Brenda has 8 votes. Sharon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Sharon and Ivan are tying. So, here's the thing. We're going to have to run the voting again between Ivan and Sharon. Yes, you have a point?
We are forming a coalition government with Brent, who has 8.
Who has 8?
Who has 8?
What are you suggesting?
We are forming a coalition with the 8 are going to
Oh, you would like to give your votes to who? It is, this is a decision Brenda has to make. You have a point first. Let him talk first then.
Thank you, Madam Electoral Commission. For me, my suggestion is, and I request my fellow members that if we are to repeat the votes, we vote for all. Yes, that is my proposal.
The House has rejected. Let's give Brenda a chance to speak.
Thank you very much for everyone who voted for me. Your vote is not taken for granted. I appreciate it. Now, I'm the middle person. I was requesting the House to allow me select among the two. I give one vote so that one wins. I was just requesting.
The House has rejected.
Thank you, colleagues, and I would like to appreciate for my sister, but for the fact that we are here and I can see some NGOs with some good themes strengthening and advocating for governance and accountability. If you did that, you could have betrayed the voters and you could have turned to be a dictator. So I would second the motion Madam said, to go in for a voting for 2 people who tied a knot. Thank you so much.
Do you all agree? Yes. Okay, let's run it again. Let me have this. John. So, I don't know if the slippers will be enough. Okay. We are going to run this one more time. The voting is going to be between Sharon and Ivan. Are we ready? Okay. As more papers are coming, please note. It's empty, so we're going to run this again. Do we all have a paper? Okay, are we ready? Do we all have a paper? Do you all have a paper? Okay, we're going to please, there is no paper inside. I hope we can all see. Witnesses, can you all see? We are good to go. He's going to collect the votes.
that nominated, please once again.
Okay. So here are the votes one more time. We're going to count. We're going to count the votes one more time. If they tie again, I'll give up. Okay, we count them. We're going to count the total number of votes, yeah? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36. Are we ready? Okay. Ivan. 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 Sharon. Ivan. Sharon. Sharon. Ivan. 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 Sharon. Ivan. 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 Sharon. Ivan. Sharon. Ivan. Sharon. Ivan. 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 Sharon. Sharon. Ivan. Sharon. 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 Ivan. Sharon. Can we start counting? You subtract. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's okay, you have to count it and make that way. What do you mean? Did we count? We are counting. Transparency. Transparency.
Okay, let's count.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. Ladies and gentlemen, I declare Honorable Ivan Ahura as the next speaker for the 8th subnational sitting in Fortportal. And I will be declaring I'll declare Basamara Sharon and Anita Brenda as the clerks for the 8th subnational youth parliament.
I will adjourn the House for now for 5 minutes so that the Speaker and the clerks to Parliament go dress up.
Whenever issues of young people are not spoken out by young people themselves, they don't necessarily get audience.
This being the 6th edition of the National Youth Parliament, organized by Faraja Africa Foundation.
Yeah.
As always, the drill is you have the regional parliaments where youth get to debate on various issues. So how were the regional parliaments of this year?
Well, quite interesting. They were bigger compared to last year. Remember, because last year we still had COVID, that was, sketchy. This time around, we had bigger numbers and we had wider participation.
This year's Central Regional Youth Parliament has been an interesting one, where I've had young people come together and deliberate on issues that are actually pressing us.
We are given those spaces to exercise and also give out our views to those local governments. We will cry and cry and cry until Jesus comes back.
So far, this is the first youth parliament I've attended. Physically, I had attended the virtual one in 2021, but it has been a beautiful experience. A lot of brilliant people to meet, seeing the youth passionate about the matters of the country.
I think each year that gets by, the youth parliament becomes more interesting and it gets better.
It's a very enriching experience to see young people debate on pertinent issues that affect them in society. It's a blessing to tap into their cups of wisdom because, they give us a fresh feel of what is going on at the grassroots, where we might not be able as leaders to reach on a daily. So young people's advocacy, strengthening the youth voice, is a platform that we really need to fully utilize, and the youth parliament offers it on a silver platter.
The question the youth are asking out there, how do you choose this member of parliament to come on the floor of parliament?
Okay, for starters, it is always a competitive process, that is for a fact. But in the competition, we look at leaders, young emerging leaders, who have hands-on skills, who have done something, and we also give a lot of consideration to the leaders from the grassroots, because given our development approach, we're using a bottom-top approach. I don't want to lie to you that I'm going to go and pick someone that has been in power for some time, that is exposed already. No, we want that person who has not been here one time, or that person who is able to talk, who is able to speak. And of course, while we're doing that, we consider special groups, I'm talking about the PWDs, yeah. I'm talking about the special groups. We're looking at the women, the young mothers out there, and the person who maybe didn't finish school, but they're trying to make it out there. So it's not like we don't want everyone to participate. I also have to have regional balances. We want each and every region.
I was so inspired by the sessions. When I was cheering, at some point I got lost in my head. I said, imagine this was the real parliament, because the people were really respectful. Under my guidance, I managed to imagine in 30 minutes, 18 politicians speaking to the point. That was special, and we need to improve this, keep on going with this. Now, one day is not enough for everyone to understand the content of the motions. We tried, but we can only try. So this has inspired me. I want to really talk, say, okay, what are the chances? Can we see, is there any chance that we could keep on these conversations? Maybe even if it's quarterly. Because this crowd, if they have another chance to debate, they'll just get better and better and better.
So the issues that were carried out from all these different regions were put together, and of course we use the whole problem analysis sort of method to come down to the motions that we've discussed today in the chambers.
During the event, we had 3 motions, but one of the most outstanding motions that really that really touched me was the motion on cattle rustling in the eastern part of Achule sub-region and Karamoja. This is something that we have been talking about. We tried all angles, and when this thing was brought, and I believe what we brought out here will again spark fire on the government to at least act.
You can take your seats. I, Ahura Ivan, swear in the name of the Almighty God that I will at all times well and truly serve the Republic of Uganda in the office of the Speaker of the Rwenzori Regional Youth Parliament, and that I will support and uphold the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda as by law established, so help me God. Honorable members of the 8th Regional Youth Parliament in this Rwenzori sub-region, our chief guest, the Right Honorable Speaker of Fortportal Tourism City Council, the leaders and representatives from Faraja Africa Foundation, the civil society partners present. We had visitors and leaders from the GIZ, from KRC, Africa Youth Federation, among others, the local government leaders, the youth champions here present, and fellow Ugandans. I want to start by thanking all of you for entrusting me with this responsibility and giving me your vote and support. Thank you so much. And I pledge to not betray your trust. It is both an honor and a privilege for I to preside over this sitting where the voices, privileges, dreams, and the leadership of the young people from across Rwenzori and Toro sub-regions converge for national transformative impact. So once again, I thank you so much for entrusting me with that privilege. The Youth Parliament is not just an annual event, it is a platform of purpose, a symbol of our collective aspiration, and a springboard for action. So it represents the unwavering resolve of the young people to take their rightful place in shaping the governance, policies, and future of this country. This year's theme is Youth Advancing Multilateral Cooperation Through Technology and Partnerships. And this theme speaks to the urgent call for young people to think globally and act locally. It challenges us to recognize that the solutions to our pressing issues like unemployment, inequality, climate change, limited access to education and health care can no longer be approached in isolation. We must foster cooperation not only among ourselves, but also with civil society, government, the private sector, and the global community. So, honorable members, this debate is not merely for applause, but for the impact that will create for our region and for our nation. Let us be bold in our ideas, respectful in our disagreement, and united in our commitment to the youth of our region. Let our voices reflect the aspirations of the young boda rider in Fortportal, that chapati seller in Kasese, and that determined girl in Chenjojo, and all those that are in Vunduvujo and other districts that are here represented, striving for education and doing a lot of innovation just using data bundles and determination. So this sitting must produce resolutions and voices that travel beyond this room. Voices that echo in Parliament, at the district and city council meetings, in civil society roundtables, and in government budget framework papers. So as we begin our deliberations today, I remind all the members to maintain decorum, discipline, and dignity that is befitting this House. And we will have mainly 3 points of interjection or response. We will have a point of order. If you're putting a speaker on the floor to order, you also have a point of information if you would wish to inform the speaker that is on table. And also you may have a point of inquiry that you would wish to have, which is a supplement to the point of information. So in this House, as we appreciate our speakers, we are not going to clap hands, but we are going to stamp our feet. And I want us to first try it out by stamping for yourself for voting me. That's how we are going to applaud our speakers. And also, I will request each one of us to not leave this place without saying anything. Make sure you exercise your power to speak in this youth parliament. Because all of us here are always outside there blaming our older leaders, saying we have sent them to parliament, they are not speaking. So today is also an opportunity either to be a person that speaks in parliament or also to be the kibubu you call your leaders. So please shun away from being the kibubu in parliament and also have something you contribute, because I believe you being in this place is a testament that you represent the voices of young people from where you come from. So please do not betray the people that have been chosen, the people you have come to represent in this house. And also, once again, I re-echo that as we disagree or supplement each other or give points of inquiry, I request us to respect each other, but also give information that is backed with researched data, and data that will not just come from social media talk, but data that is factual and well befitting for this house. So, honorable members, I will at this point in time declare that the Rwenzori Regional Youth Parliament is duly open. And with that, I will invite our chief guest, dear chief guest, the Right Honorable Ahebwa Albert, that we dwellers of Fortportal Tourism City like calling Omrasta Omubwati. Our chief guest here with us are delegates from the different districts of this region, Rwenzori and Toro combined, in the Rwenzori Subnational Youth Parliament. The Rwenzori Subnational Youth Parliament was an initiative that is spearheaded by Faraja Africa Foundation, started its activities in 2018 with a number of partners, GIZ, KRC, amongst others, Vision Africa, and others that are on the billboards, and some are not there, but with one main goal, to provide a platform for young people to voice their concerns. This country has 78% of the young people, and if there is any voice that must be taken seriously, it is the voice of the young people. So Faraja Africa Foundation and the partners that sat down to put all that into together, they put up this parliament, or this youth parliament, to give meaning and also give a platform for these young people to amplify their voices. The resolutions and motions we discuss in this parliament, the regional parliament, feed into the national youth parliament, which is going to take place later this year in August. And the national youth parliament, the resolutions from both this regional parliament and the national youth parliament feed into the East Africa Youth Parliament. All those are prerequisites and also combined efforts of this initiative. So we are extremely grateful for honoring our invitation, and at this time, I invite you to officially open our sitting. Please let us stamp our feet as we welcome our chief guest.
The Right Honorable Speaker of Council, the honorable members of Council who are here, the invited guests who are in the gallery, because I presume that we have a gallery here. People who are not members of Council, we are normally seated in the gallery. So I recognize the invited guests in the gallery. Of course, I also recognize the Fourth Estate that is here with us. I also recognize the development partners who ensure that this parliament or this gathering always moves smoothly. My name is Albert Ahebwa. I am the Speaker for Fortportal City and charged with the responsibility to preside over the entire City Council. But also I am a member of the executive of the Uganda Urban Speakers Association. I must say it's my absolute honor and privilege to be speaking in this parliament of the younger generation. I want to also extend greetings from City Council of Fortportal Tourism City, and most especially from His Worship, the Mayor for Fortportal, Edson Asabaryonga, who is not here with us, but is very much aware of this engagement of the young people. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to take an opportunity to appreciate all the supporting partners of this parliament. We realize that in Uganda today, we have a very big gap of leadership. We have a deficit of leaders. If you look right from our respective councils, right from local council 1 to the East African Parliament, because we are an East African community. If you look at the level of debate in these councils, if you look at the quality of representatives or the legislators that are in these councils, it leaves us with very many questions. But when we start nurturing leaders as early as this stage, I'm sure we are trying to fill the gaps. We are trying to fill the poor quality of debate that is always in most of our councils. Because these councils are charged with very crucial responsibilities that hugely impact society. When we talk about appropriation role, our councils have a role to budget or to dissect the national cake, the city council cake, the youth cake, the regional cake. Such legislators must be of a given caliber of understanding. Sometimes I normally engage my Minister of Local Government. I tell him that the biggest problem you have with your councils, because the Minister of Local Government is in charge of all councils in Uganda. I normally tell him that the biggest problem you have with your councils is that your councils are not educated. You have ignorant councils. You have incompetent councils. And the reason is one, you have failed to push a bill to Parliament to ensure that we have qualifications put on the members of council, the members of Parliament, who deliberate on very important issues of society. I will give you an example. You have a councillor coming to a city council authority to formulate policies, to formulate ordinances, to prepare a master plan for Fortportal Tourism City. But you're saying that person shouldn't have any qualification. That person should have only the national ID. You will not have any quality of debate in that council. You're saying a PS who is implementing what a member of Parliament passes in Parliament should have a master's degree. And a town clerk should also have a master's degree. But you're the same person saying, a member of Parliament should only have senior 6. You see that contradiction. And you're the same person saying that this member of Parliament should monitor the PS and the town clerk. You're saying this councillor who has only the Nangamuntu without any qualification should monitor the town clerk who holds a master's. And you're the same person saying, an engineer, the scientist, should earn more than even the town clerk. In Fortportal City, an engineer earns more than the town clerk. You come back and contradict yourself and say, the town clerk is the direct supervisor of the engineer. Does it make sense? So, honorable members, right honorable speaker, we have a lot of policy gaps that we need to address right from this council. So that when one of you here gets an opportunity, either to be in the city council, as mayor, as speaker, or you get an opportunity to be a national policy maker, at least you're well versed with some of these issues. You would have gained enough experience to legislate, to appropriate, and to do the oversight role. Because the main roles of a member of parliament or a member of council, budgeting, representation, oversight, and appropriation. And I'm glad that this has started here. When I came in, I found you in your elections. Actually, for us who are now in campaigns, I had wanted to speak and run away, but I could not speak because the House was not fully constituted, because it didn't have a speaker. And that is what we do exactly. When I win an election, next year, as we are starting our term of office, we now have to constitute a new council for the next 5 years. We also vote like the way you voted here. The mayor appoints the members of executive in that council. Council elects the speaker, helped by the magistrate. So I'm very glad that what is being done here is not in any way different from what we do. And I can authoritatively say that we are on the right track. Today we gather here as torchbearers of change, united in our pursuit of a brighter future for our region. Right Honorable Speaker, this sitting of the Rwenzori Regional Youth Parliament is a testament to our collective determination to shape our destiny. Why am I saying this? We are very young people and we are the majority. We have time and we can meet the needs of time. When I say we have time, don't relax. You only have time when you utilize it well. Time is never limited, but it can be limited when you don't utilize it appropriately. For example, you may be 24 today, you will never be 24 again. You will never have the opportunity to do things you would have done at the age of 24. You will never. So it is very important as young people to be very, very aggressive in whatever stage of life. Because I would presume at the age of 24, you're trying to build a career. At the age of 36 onwards, 40, 50, you're at the peak of serious work, serious investment, serious connections. And at 55, you're accomplishing, preparing for retirement. I wouldn't expect any one of you at the age of 65 to be still a job seeker. When you look at the lifespan today, the Bible normally says 70, but in actual sense today, our lifespan has reduced to around 50. So if you're 24 years, how many years are you left with? Can all your needs, can all your plans, can all your goals fit in the remaining years you have. That is food for thought, honorable members. Let us be the change we seek. I am glad the Honorable Speaker gave you a task that we shouldn't leave minus any one of us at least having something to say, like the way we pin our government leaders, our political leaders. Let us be that change we seek. Let us deliberate here like the way we want our members of parliament to deliberate. And as you deliberate here, you're mastering your communication skill, your deliberation skills as a leader, as a society leader, because I'm sure most of you will take that leadership direction. Let us have impactful collaborations. Impactful collaborations. As young people, it is very important to sieve the kind of friends we have, sieve the kind of connections we have. How is that connection, how is that friend impacting to you? How is that friend useful to you? Or we are only having friends whereby we meet in the evening for public relations in Lerevi, in Africana, and wherever. Let's have friends who challenge us to be better. Never have a friend who you are at the same level. No. Have a friend who is better than you. So that is only, he acts as an inspiration to yourself. And I'm also not saying you leave your fellow leveled friends. Empower each other at the same level. Empower each other to be better people in society. Most of us do not like empowering our brothers and sisters. You see the speaker now elevating to city mayorship. You say, how can he be the city mayor? Support me to be better. Maybe at some point I will be the bridge that will also send you to a given opportunity. You never know, if I became mayor, you'd become the chairperson service commission of the city. You never know, if I became mayor, you'd become the chairperson public accounts committee of council. You know? So it is very important to support each other. Let's carry on the spirit of unity amongst ourselves, determination and innovation. And it is through that we can only build a greater future for our kids, our grandkids, and all other people. Right, Honorable Speaker, I want to end by using words of one great thinker. And whenever I meet young people, I normally use these words. There's one Englishman, Alvin Toffler, who had a thought on this generation we are in. He thought ahead and predicted what us, the current generation, will be. And this man said that this generation will not be that generation that cannot read and write, but it will be that generation that cannot learn and learn and relearn. And that is very true. He was very right. I'll break it down to a family level. Back in the days, you'd produce a kid. At the age of 3, you take that kid to kindergarten to learn how to read and write. But today, you have a kid at the age of 3. By the time you think of taking that kid to school, he can speak better English than you can speak. That kid can write, and that kid can read better than you can read. It means that we have now surpassed the other way of doing things where we go to school to just learn how to read and write. We are at a level where we should now unlearn what made us fail in the past. We are at a level where we should learn new things. We are at a level where we should relearn the weaknesses of the past and make them better, workable proposals in life. We shouldn't always sit in this parliament to only discuss the past. Let us use the past to discuss the future. And it is only through that that we shall be a better, impactful council to the young people and to the generations that will come. I am ending, Right Honorable Speaker, on a very selfish note, and allow me end on a selfish note. I have been serving as the City Speaker for Fortportal for the last 4 years. We are left with 1 year to make the 5 years a social contract that I signed with the people who gave me the mandate. So in the next 5 years, I am already traversing the 25 wards that make up Fortportal City, seeking their mandate to be the next city mayor of this town. Right Honorable Speaker, through your indulgence, allow me ask those who are voters in Fortportal City to line up for the Rastaman on the 24th of this month. And of course, those who are not voters, to advocate for better leadership. And I think I have the capabilities, I have the knowledge to work with my other leaders who will be voted into power to have transformative leadership in Fortportal. Fortportal is not only just a city, but Fortportal is a regional city. Fortportal looks at the entire region. For example, I would be happy if I had an airport in Kasese. I would be happy if I had a national stadium in Kabarole. Because as a city, we are looking at regional collaboration, regional development. To have a region that is a model region in Uganda. So with those few remarks, Right Honorable Speaker, I want to congratulate you upon this attainment as Speaker of this House. I have worked with you. We have attended together very many engagements. I have no doubt in your capabilities of being the Right Honorable Speaker of this House. Honorable members, you have a Speaker that you have elected today, an intelligent person, very knowledgeable, and very eager to learn more. In most cases, we the young people, we tend to know a lot. And in the process, we become impervious to knowledge. We don't want more knowledge. We think that the knowledge we have is enough. No. He's a leader who is ready to learn more. He's very knowledgeable, very informed, but ready to learn more. And I think and hope that you will emulate the Right Honorable Speaker and also be better people in society. Thank you so much. For God and my country.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker of Fortportal Tourism City Council. And on a selfish note also, I would request us to suspend the House for some few minutes and have a group photo with our guest speaker or the guest, our chief guest, before he leaves. So we are going to make 2 lines here, some on the lower floor and others up here. And we enjoy this selfish note of taking a photo with the next city mayor with us. And we do it as, we make a curve? Okay. Thank you. So please, honorable members, I request you.
Yeah.
This being the 6th edition of the National Youth Parliament, organized by Faraja Africa Foundation.
Yeah.
As always, the drill is you have the regional parliaments where youth get to debate on various issues. So how were the regional parliaments of this year?
Well, quite interesting. They were bigger compared to last year. Remember, because last year we still had COVID, that was, sketchy. This time around, we had bigger numbers and we had wider participation.
This year's Central Regional Youth Parliament has been an interesting one, where I've had young people come together and deliberate on issues that are actually pressing us.
We are given those spaces to exercise and also give out our views to those local governments. We will try until Jesus comes back.
So far, this is the first youth parliament I've attended. Physically, I had attended the virtual one in 2021, but it has been a beautiful experience. A lot of brilliant people to meet, seeing the youth passionate about the matters of the country.
I think each year that gets by, the youth parliament becomes more interesting and it gets better. It's a very enriching experience to see young people debate on pertinent issues that affect them in society. It's a blessing to tap into their cups of wisdom because, they give us a fresh feel of what is going on at the grassroots, where we might not be able as leaders to reach on a daily. So young people's advocacy, strengthening the youth voice, is a platform that we really need to fully utilize, and the youth parliament offers it on a silver platter.
The question the youth are asking out there, how do you choose this member of parliament to come on the floor of parliament?
Okay, for starters, it is always a competitive process, that is for a fact. But in the competition, we look at leaders, young emerging leaders, who have hands-on skills, who have done something, and we also give a lot of consideration to the leaders from the grassroots, because given our development approach, we're using a bottom-top approach. I don't want to lie to you that I'm going to go and pick someone that has been in power for some time, that is exposed already. No, we want that person who has not been here one time, or that person who is able to talk, who is able to speak. And of course, while we're doing that, we consider special groups, I'm talking about the PWDs, yeah. I'm talking about the special groups. We're looking at the women, the young mothers out there, and that person who maybe didn't finish school, but I tried to make it out there. So it's not like we don't want everyone to participate. I also have to have regional balances. We want each and every region.
I was so inspired by the sessions. When I was cheering, at some point I got lost in my head. I said, imagine this was the real parliament, because the people were really respectful. Under my guidance, I managed to imagine in 30 minutes, 18 politicians speaking.
Appreciate our chief guest for honoring our invitation, and we wish him luck in all his endeavors. So, honorable members, we have three motions that we are going to be discussing in today's sitting. And these different motions have different motion movers, and I also believe the motion movers have done good work in mobilizing and looking for the people that will second their motions. And after that, we are going to have an open discussion on each motion, but we are going to ensure that we keep time. So if at all you are given the opportunity to move or second or give a contribution or give a prayer, please endeavor to keep time. And at the end, we will have a vote for either to take on that motion or not. And those who will be in favor will say aye, and those not in favor will say what? So let's try it out. Those in favor say aye, those not in favor say nay. Aye. So others don't have what to say. So let's start with the aye part, okay. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those in favor say nay. Nay. Okay, so I hand over to the clerks to read that's the first motion and the movers.
Thank you so much. We are to start with item 7.3. Have motion of the Fortportal Youth Parliament urging the government to address corruption in the job market, a cancer that led to many qualified youth unemployment. The motion mover is Honorable Amos Bachwa.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Before I say my name, just on what the Speaker said, I also want to make a quote that was made by one of the famous American writer called W. Clark, who said, "A dream lived for tomorrow, that's a dream that will never be realized." So as young people, let us stand up and be counted for whatever we stand for. So, Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, my name is Amos Bachwa. My petty name is Akiki. I am the National Vice Chairperson for the FDC Youth League Western Region, and I'm the aspiring Member of Parliament for Chaka Central on the FDC ticket 2026-2031. I was ambushed, but as young people, we need always to be alert and ready. And therefore, I beg to move a motion. I beg to move a motion urging the government to address corruption in the job market, a cancer that led to many qualified youth unemployed. I also want to quote His Excellency Nelson Mandela once quoted that those who do nothing about certain issues, injustices, they should not be blamed, but rather used as bad examples of the society. So I therefore call upon you to support this motion. We deliberate on it so that at the end of the discussion, we are able to have resolutions on how to iron out corruption in the job market in this Republic of Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. I thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Seconders of this motion. Honorable Zahara, you can take the podium. Please, you can come forward, Honorable. You please come and take to the podium.
Good afternoon to everyone. I, Kaunda Zahara, seconding the motion that says, motion of the Fortportal Youth Parliament urging the government to address corruption in the job market, a cancer that led to many qualified youth unemployed.
Thank you so much, Honorable Zahara. So we are going to have an open discussion on this motion, and after that open discussion, I will invite the mover of the motion to, let me invite first the mover of the motion to defend his motion, and thereafter we have an open discussion that will be concluded by him coming back to give us the prayers that he would wish us to consider as this House. Honorable Bachwa, the floor is yours and you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity once again to expound on the matter. Honorable colleagues, I want to give a perspective that first of all, that the issue of corruption is a global issue, and this has even brought on board the international organizations that have come into force to see how to overcome the problem of corruption, it being an obstacle for both developed and developing countries. The example of the international organizations includes the United Nations Convention on Corruption that recognize and appreciate that international community of the damages of the corruption are far-reaching on communities when it comes to development, and as a result has come up with a number of instruments. For the context of the Republic of Uganda, honorable colleagues, the IGG report released in 2024 indicated about 80%, 85% of Ugandan civil servants all attain jobs through bribes. And a survey that was done out of the 20% districts, that is with the Service Commission, it indicated, that report also indicated it is only 15% of the civil servants that acquired jobs on merit. So this factor is adding to the fact that already we have report also, UBOS report, according to UBOS Labor Survey 2024, also indicates that 30% of the qualified Ugandans find it too difficult for them to access jobs because of high level of corruption. So we already have the 30% aside, and then also according to UBOS report, the final report released in January this year, 2025, it also indicated that we have 42.6 young people who are not employed, they are not in school, they are not in training. So if you have the 42%, you add 30%, then you have about 72.6% of young people unemployed. So, and the effects are so evident in the country. No wonder even what we see currently in the politics, young people being used to mock on the different rallies. Honorable colleagues, it should also be noted that when you have a corrupt system, you employ wrong people, and then this side, when you have corrupt system, you have then poor human capital development. You cannot align the human capital development towards what is required. And then also employment undermines the principle of meritocracy, or employing people on merit, who qualifies for what. Then you have the weak institutions, a factor that is evident to our country. The effects are so many, and one of them today, the effects of corruption to the young people, it has reduced job opportunities to the young people. The examples that they can give you, the IGG report 2024 indicated high level of corruption in the ministry, in many ministries, like the Ministry of Investment. And the other example I can also give you that is that of recent 2025, you are aware that in Impigi, the district chairman and the service commission people were in prisons on allegations of selling jobs. And the figures, it is said that they used to receive between 50,000 to 15 million to help people access jobs. These factors are really impeding young people when it comes to access jobs. And remember, the young people don't have the resources even to acquire these jobs. Secondly, the fact of job selling in the labor force also creates an uneven playing field. You cannot compete with a millionaire. You qualified a young man, actually he was brilliant, but there is someone who is coming from a well-off family who are willing to offer maybe 10, 15 million. So it is still giving a disservice to qualified Ugandans. And the result, you cannot have deliverables, you cannot have results. So the other one, it is discouraging innovation and entrepreneurship. I was giving you an example of the Uganda investment, the Ministry of Investment, that where the IGG report has indicated that the ministry has one of the highest level of corruption that is characterized by bribery, corruption, back-kicking, in terms of helping young investors or innovators to access government incentives such as tax holidays, government land. You will observe that in Uganda, you find an investor who is less of that local trader in your trading center or in your district. So, but he's an investor who is given tax holidays, free government land. So this thing has robbed us so many opportunities when it comes to growth and development.
Honorable Bacha, you have 1 minute.
So in conclusion, as young people, we propose the following to address, to help the government address the challenge of corruption in the job market. The first one is that, of course, every district has the District Service Commission. So we call upon the government, the arms such as the IGG office, the Auditor General office, to have one of their representatives stationed in the district, at the district service during shortlisting and interviewing of nationals when they apply for jobs, so that they monitor the whole process. When people apply, how many applied, the process of shortlisting, and also the process of interviewing, so that the jobs are given on merit. Secondly, as government, it is Uganda that has one of the best legal framework in the country, in Africa, when it comes to putting on hold or controlling corruption. For instance, in 2022, the Anti-Corruption Act, I beg your pardon, the Anti-Corruption Act was passed in 2009 to prevent corruption and making it a criminal to bribe or influence peddling or in accessing any government opportunities, and it even gave power the Inspector General, the IGG, to investigate any suspected person. The other one is the Leadership Code Act that was passed in 2002 that criminalized any attempt of corruption, bribery, and extortion. But all these laws have not come to force. Therefore, we call upon the government to prioritize in operationalizing these laws that are already in existence. That's in 30 seconds. The last one, in 30 seconds, Right Honorable Speaker, I just beg. In January 1986, when the President of the Republic of Uganda came to power, he said that one of the problems of Africa, actually it's not the people, but the people, the leaders who overstay in power. And as of course, the President has overstayed in power for the last 4 decades now. And therefore, we call upon the President now to think of the transition of better, peaceful transition of power, to have the government restructured and to have the issue of corruption that has eaten all the systems addressed. I beg to move, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much. Let's stamp in appreciation of the Honorable Member.
So we're going to have an open discussion, and please, let's endeavor to be mindful of time because we already time bad. So the floor is now open. If you would wish to give in a supplement, to disagree with some of his suggestions or disagree with the motion, the floor is open. Yes, Honorable Akora. And please, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. My name is Msinguzi David Akora. I stand here firmly to oppose or to disagree with the motion moved by the current speaker. He forgot or he didn't clearly clarify if we are to urge the government, who is the government and which government are we urging? Because he has given us a good example of the Anti-Corruption Act, which was put in place in 2009. Now, from 2009 and this 2025, do we have vivid evidence that the anti-corruption unit has worked? That is one. Secondly, I would wish the Honorable to again come and support his motion, whereby he should clearly clarify the work of IGG. Because IGG is an entity of the government. Now, if we are urging the government, for example, what will the IGG be doing? Because in most cases, if you have been following it very well, the IGG submits in reports. But are those reports given consideration? Then, another thing, the Honorable still did not clearly give us the examples of the corruption he's talking about. A case in point, we're trying to urge the government, but in my best opinion, it is the government that is even amplifying or escalating the corruption cases or tendencies we have in the country. A case in point was the recent passing of the UPDF Act, whereby every member of parliament was given a token of 100 million to support the bill, of which it is the responsibility of member of parliament to go and pass rules and regulations that favor all Ugandans. But now here they are targeting a small group of individuals in the whole country. Lastly, the speaker or the honorable should again come and clarify all other corruption cases or tendencies we have in the government, and if we are to urge the government, which body exactly should address. Honorable Speaker, in my conclusion, I would say, instead of urging the government, we should rather have or support other entities or NGOs that are in place advocating and trying to sensitize human beings or Ugandans on how we can curb corruption, other than urging the government, because at the end of the day, the government is the one that is even covering all other entities that are within the government and are too corrupt. Thank you. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Akora. Honorable Bacha, I will request you to take notes, and you will respond to all of them at once because of time. Honorable Francis, your hand was up then. Has he covered what you wanted to say? Okay. Honorable, please take on to the stage. And equally, as a matter of time, please, let's be mindful. As he's going to respond, let me see those who have supplements such that we take note of them as early as now, such that, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 are the only ones that are going to respond to this motion, and thereafter we'll move to the next motion to ensure that all of us have time to respond. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. My name is Msimenta Joseph. So I'm here in the support of the motion. The issue of corruption, it is a global problem recognized as an obstacle to development in Uganda. Meanwhile, the corruption is defined as the misuse of public power for private benefit as of the World Bank. So the effect of labor market, institution of the great controversy between different schools of economic thought, the fundamental problem here is about the legal intervention. Because we are seeing that in Uganda, just of recent, there was Iron Sheet saga. So some ministers were apprehended, others were not apprehended.
Honorable, I'm sorry to interject. I'm requesting you to introduce yourself and the place you're coming from.
Okay. Once again, my name is Msimenta Joseph, a youth champion under KRC Uganda. I'm also a youth leader from Kuchamba sub-county. Corruption in Uganda is caused by a skewed power dynamics, that is to say, allowing those in power to continue the direct cash flows are unhindered. What do I mean? That those people in power, they are trying to influence the job available to bring in their relatives, their friends, so that they can benefit. And those who, if we are not connected, will not get a job. So that one has hindered the youth from getting the job, whereas if they hold all the required qualifications. Therefore, we urge the government to stop the misuse of public funds, account for as much as 20% of Uganda's government revenue. Political corruption is part of the challenges that the youth are facing. Political corruption, misuse of power by government officials for illegitimate personal gains. That's why I was telling you that if you vote me, I will help you to connect to get a job. And those who you oppose that candidate who passed the election or who won the election, even if you have the necessary academic qualification, you will not have a job. So, another thing is about nepotism. This is the practice of those in power favoring family and relatives by giving them jobs. And this one is very common. So you find that an institution consists of one tribe. When it comes to the office of the presidents, the RDCs, you may find that the majority, they come from a certain place. So it is therefore important that we ask the government to control the nepotism. Another thing is about patronage.
As you conclude.
Yes, yes, Speaker, sir. Patronage, the practice of those in the power rewarding friends and family in the exchange of the support. So this one is a very serious case. We find that the political heads, they try to bring in their people so that they can gain political support when it comes to the elections. A big submit, Speaker, sir.
Thank you so much. The Honorable District Youth Chairperson from Kasese.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Once again, I'm Nyabo Simaria Mchachimwa, Vice Chairperson Youth, Kasese District, and aspirant Women District Councillor of the two sub-counties. I will second the motion because in most cases, rampant corruption can deter foreign and determine democratic investment, limiting economic growth and job creation. Another thing, we as the youth, they may ask that why does corruption affect the youth? Corruption affects the youth through limiting their access of education, resulting in their negative consequences such as unemployment and forced marriage. You see, nowadays, you want to look for a job somewhere in a certain office and you have some kind of qualifications. If you reach there, you don't have money, huge money, like you want to become a clinical officer, you will hear someone asking you for like 200 million or 15 million, yet your family cannot manage that. That is real corruption. And I will urge you about this because this corruption has affected so many of us, whereby, especially we ladies, we reach in certain offices, You see, someone also, if he's a head of a department, will ask you something concerning about like sexual harassment, doing something ABC to you so that he can be able to give you a job. That one is also part of corruption. In this country, corruption is everywhere, even in home, even in churches, even in government officials. You see an MP is given 100 million for nothing, yet people are suffering. Job creation is not everywhere, street kids, people are suffering, but you see the government is just wasting a lot of money. That is also corruption. So I support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, before you take your seat, I would like to inquire if you have specific examples that you know that took place, like in Kasese district where you come from, that you could use in support of this motion.
The example I have is one, we have land grabbing in Kasese. People are having their lands, but the RDC is now camping on that land should be given to those people who were affected with disasters. That one is corruption. Two, we have another incident of the
Honorable, the ones tailored to this issue of corruption in giving jobs.
Yes, now with job creation, we have given some application in certain offices where we need money. I mean where we need jobs. You see, Service Commission, they are just giving us that we should bring some kind of money so that we can be given what? You give out your money because of ignorance. I will call it ignorance because you need a job. After giving out that money, at the end of the day, you will come out, you are not even on that sort list. That is also corruption. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Honorable Francis Byakagaba. As Honorable Kasoro prepares himself.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. My name is Mumuza Byakagaba Francis from Chendodo District and the Guild President Mountains of the Moon University. And I stand here in support of the motion. Why? Most people are looking at this motion from the point of corruption. But we need to understand some things before we either oppose the motion. I will first look at the statistics. Remember, we are talking about the youth. Out of the 45 million population that we have, according to the National Census 2024, we have 22.7% of the youth aged between 18 to 30 years. And remember, we have a growth rate of 2.9%. We are looking at numbers. And 50.5%, they are aged 17 and below, which means we have a population that covers 70 and above percentage, aged 30 and below. I hope we are together, honorable members. And when we come to youth unemployment specifically, according to UBOS, we have an unemployment rate of 4.5%. This is the youth between 15 and 24 years of age. I hope we are together. Then, what is the growth rate? And it is estimated at 15.2%. Then, when we come to the graduates, and as we see, most people are entering the job market. When you look at the universities that we have and other institutions in Uganda, we have over 400,000 youth entering the job market in 1 year. And guess what? Out of these, how many people get employed? Around 90,000. Where is the rest? Are we together? So, when you look at the unemployment rate of the working age 15 and above, we are in 12.3%. Now, we are talking about corruption. And we have seen the scale of corruption. We have seen the scale of our population, where are we heading? Corruption is in many ways. As we urge about corruption, we have a bribery, and someone will graduate today. Let's say he has done a bachelor's degree in social work and social admin and wants to be a chief somewhere. They will tell you, please, if you are to get this job, we want 3 million. As a fresh graduate, where do you get that money from? That is a question. 2, we have nepotism and favoritism. Out of the 400,000 people graduating and entering the job market, how many people have connections? That I have so and so who will help me get through. How many? That is nepotism. Then we also have sexual exploitation. You will go, you want a job, and remember, if you are 50 girls, let's say, you want one job, and someone wants to use all of you, yet they need one person, what do you think? That's why I stand before this council in support of this motion, that it's true corruption is taking lead. Corruption is eating up us as the youth from employment, and it has led to very many cases of unemployment. And that's why you see these days cases of mental health crisis coming up. Why do you think most of the youth are being killed? Most of the youth are killing themselves, and we have seen in hospitals that the number of the youth suffering from depression and other psychosis is increasing. What do you think? These people have a lot of issues, have a lot of, I can't even describe. These people are overthinking, and yet they have matters to handle as elders. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kasoro, and Honorable Kasoro being the Youth Chairperson, North Division. Honorable Francis Biakagaba, you are needed at the back. Being the Chairperson of the youth in North Division, you would do justice to us by giving us some examples of the different corruption scandals within this region or within Fortportal, to also help us, if at all, in a way you are supporting the motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members of this August House. I stand here.
Your name and where you come?
Amanyire Patrick Kasoro is my name, from Fortportal Tourism City. I stand here to challenge the motion, in that the motion mover was urging the government to do something to fight corruption. But I would like to challenge the motion in that the fight against corruption is a collective responsibility, is everyone's responsibility. And 2, the government of Uganda has done part to fight corruption, in that it has put up anti-corruption agencies. Let's say we have IGGs, we have State House Anti-Corruption. For example, in Rwenzori, we have Rwenzori Anti-Corruption as an NGO. But here, I come to challenge all of us. We are younger people arguing that corruption is at its hem. We are in a digital era where all of us here, we are holding smartphones. Who of us have taken a step to report corruption tendencies, maybe through IGG or its hand online, and corruption offices, through digital democracy, where you can find it at info@anticorruption.org.ug. Who of us has ever? How much money will they ask?
how much money will they ask? You don't go to take your capability, ability, but yourself you first front the tag, the price tag for the job. So here I come to challenge the motion and challenge all of us. And maybe give how many of us have ever reported corruption cases to those agencies. Thank you, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kasoro. The ladies in the house, please, I'm not seeing any ladies either coming to second. Please feel free to come and also give out your views in this, either in support or in opposition to the motion. The lady at the back, please come and take on the stage. The honorable leader at the back. As we end with the honorable district speaker and the honorable speaker from North Division and my colleague here from Kasese.
My name is Sima Goret from Fortportal City, and I'm a youth leader at the village level. I would like, first of all, to ask Mr. Kasoro. He said, whom of us has ever reported? The issue is, you want a job, and somebody asks for a certain amount of money. If you go to report, you will not get that job. So you decide to give in money such that you get a job. But that wasn't my point. My issue is, for sure, the government should come in, especially for us ladies. You go in a certain office looking for a job, the person asks for sex. Because you want that job, you decide to give in your body. When you give in your body, you get other problems. You come in with HIV, you come in with other STIs. I'm an example of such a case. I went to an office, somebody asked for sex. I had nothing to do apart from sleeping with that person. I slept with him well and good. He gave me a job, but I used my first salary to treat the STIs I got from that man. The condition was no condom, no testing. And it was a sure deal, you're going to get a job. So I had to bring in my body. I got a job, I'm now working. I treated my STIs, I'm now safe. But sincerely speaking, the government should come in on that. For you, you're saying the government has put over IGGs, what? They are the people who are asking sex from us to defend us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker of North Division, as my colleague prepares himself. And Honorable Bachwa, you should be preparing your responses and your prayers to this motion.
The Right Honorable Speaker of the August House, my name is Tumuine Joshua, the Speaker, North Division, and I am the Youth Councillor of North Division for Fortportal City. I just take up this honor to appreciate the opportunity to be a member of Parliament of this regional parliament. I'm so happy and I do appreciate this initiative, the co-founders and the organizations. The government being urged, as I go straight to the motion, being urged to address corruption. The motion is very right and proper. Only that we need to appreciate government first. We need to realize the government, which is the group of people or a system that is in authority, possibly doing governance or making decisions for the state or the country or the local community. The IGG report of the last financial year says the government loses US dollars 2.5 billion annually. This is quite alarming. Fighting corruption and urging the government should also start with us, because corruption rightly comes from you yourself. Because we have two parties. Those that benefit from corruption, they will appreciate it. It is only the people who are being offended by the corruption cases that are against it. So it should be all of us inclusive. We really stage a fight. Back to the motion as it is being stated, urging government, it means we as young people, we should also be in position to set priorities that the government will use to fight corruption. This should not be a blame game. We should be innovative and also set priorities that will be in position to fight this corruption as it is. One is a digitalized recruitment system, possibly that is being affiliated to corruption cases during applications. Number two is creating independent institutions. For example, the Constitution of the Republic of Uganda gives too much authority to the president. He is the one appointing the chairperson electoral commission. He is the one appointing the chief justice. To be realistic, the one who gave you the job might be prioritized in your actions. So we need to revise. There should be a reform of these constitutional acts. Lastly is awareness. I appreciate Faraja for this kind of engagement, but it should go down to the young people. There should be awareness campaigns down to the young people in the parishes, in the villages. Because here we are even giving information to the people who already know. I thank you.
Honorable leader from Kasesa, and on the next motion, Honorable, please bear with me, we'll start with you. After him, we will have Honorable Bachwa to come and make responses and also give his prayers for this motion, and after that we will vote for this motion. And in the next motion, please, the ladies, we need more of your energy. You saw the energy you left behind. We still need more of that energy. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Honorable members present in the House. My name is Baruch Hannington from Kasese District and the aspiring male youth councillor Gendabara Chikongo Town Council. Comrades, corruption in Uganda significantly impacts the youth job market by hindering economic growth, creating regional imbalances, hence fostering a climate of distrust in public institutions and government agencies. We realize as the youth, or as the young generation, that this is disastrous and catastrophic towards building a model in the region and corrupt-free Uganda. We also believe that we as the passionate youth who are passionate about building a corrupt-free Uganda and with a strong and sustainable economy, this is not the way to go that will lead us to our destination. We must come out with joint response and active collaboration in order to fight and address this. What have been the consequences of this to the youth? One, we realize that now the youth who have been affected by corruption, they are now hopeless in the job market. Second, we do realize that they are facing psychological and mental disorders, which have resulted into drug addicts, and also some of them have now resorted to worst idea of committing suicide. Comrades, imagine, like at district level, an intern student of heavy machinery driving, coming to seek to be allowed to do internship from the office of the district engineer, and you ask a bribe in order for this person to be given that slot to do internship, 5 million Ugandan shillings from that intern student. Is this really normal? And why do you expect this intern student to get all these large sums of money? Comrades, back to the previous speaker, the one who asked that, have you ever reported any corruption case and maybe it has not been sorted or been worked upon? Now, previously you saw how the coffee bill in Parliament after being passed, each member of Parliament was given 100 million Ugandan shillings in appreciation. So do you want to also tell me that the IGG was not aware of this, and what step or action has she taken? And now, does she need to take any step, yet she is the one, yet she was appointed by the top leadership, and the top leadership is the one gearing and fueling up corruption. Do you want her to also lose her job? Members, let us now come to the collective action and collaboration that will be able to address corruption, and we urge the government of Uganda to address this, and in order to address this, we also advocate that some of the powers that were given to the topmost leadership of government should be revised, because you cannot expect someone appointing the IGG and then you say that the IGG will also interdict that person. Of course, he's protecting her job. So that's what I actually advocate for. I rest my case. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. And Honorable Bachwa, you have 2 minutes to make your prayers, such that after your 2 minutes, strictly, we will now put it to a vote and we move to the next motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to request this 8th Parliament Honorables to go out there and conduct a lot of research as they come here to debate, so that we have research and evidenced kind of arguments. Someone asked about the examples of the laws. When I was standing here, someone said one of 2002, one of 2009, but there are many that I have given. I think that's what he was able to pick. But I can quickly as well maybe give you one last more. There is what we called the U.S. Department of Commerce 2017 and the Global Integrity of 2011 that was amended in 2017, and it talks about the powers the government has, or the institution, special institution like IGG, the powers it has to even confiscate resources if it is investigated someone acquired such resources in form of corruption. So that thing, that law or that legal framework has not been operationalized. The other one, our caller asked me to give more examples. In 2022, in Ntoroko district here, just in July, it was 2022, an investigation by the Auditor General's report and the IGG indicated that the cow had solicited money from civil servants, over 300 people, and the average amount of money that was received from these people were ranging from 1 million to 10 millions. That is a disservice to any user that is unable to do that. I could also asked about.
I would request you move direct to your prayers such that we vote for.
Okay, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Maybe the last one, as I put before you, honorable members, my prayer. Someone is deceived that, government is us. Government is that group that is organized, that is in power. I implore you to go and read about the social contract. The social contract tells us that we give in all our powers to those who are put in authority. So kindly go and read it. You'll be able to come next time and discuss well to the August House. Therefore, I humbly call upon this August House
not granted as a matter of
not
time.
granted. Please. Honorable colleagues, I call upon you to support the motion so that it pass, and the recommendations as I put before you and as supported by honorable colleagues who came and debated here are put into action. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Bachwa. Honorable members, I put the motion of the Fortportal or the Rwenzori Sub-Regional Youth Parliament urging the government to address corruption in the job market, a cancer that led to many qualified youth unemployed. Those in favor say aye, and those not in favor say nay. Aye. The ayes have it. Our clerks, we can move to the next motion. And in the next motion, I humbly request that we are going to keep time. I hope the motion movers are ready and the seconders such that we are able to keep time.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We shall go to item 7.2, motion for a resolution of the Youth Parliament urging the government to prioritize youth skilling by setting up a skilling hub per district in the region. The motion mover is Honorable Msinguzi David. You can take the floor.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity again. Before I start with anything, I would just have to make a simple remark. Hunger can't force one to eat raw meat. Honorable Speaker, as we chase time, I would call, or it would be wise enough if we exhaust the intention of why we are here, other than leaving matters undiscussed. That would be my request. First and foremost, before I introduce myself, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Faraja Uganda that has given us a chance, Faraja Africa that has given us a chance to gather here or to convene as the youth. One of the things that I've already identified or acknowledged, I think I appreciate the fact that all of us who are here at least have a sharp reasoning and an engagement ability. That one, you can't take it for granted. Thank you so much. We extend our vote of thanks. Secondly, we thank all the partners who are working hand in hand with the Faraja Africa Foundation in all aspects, mobilization and funding. We also give you a vote of thanks. My name is Msinguzi David Akora. I'm a current law student at Uganda Pentecostal University, and I'm a leader right now at a ward level. I'm the chairperson, National Youth Council. At the ward where I'm coming from, that is Chuguma. But on a big ambition, I'm aspiring for the seat of the chairperson at the division, that is the North Division, for Fortportal Tourism City. Before we go far, I would like just to put a simple quote. It says, buying of existence won't guarantee what we seek better. Buying of existence won't guarantee what we seek better. It is time to break the narrative. There is one of the speakers who gave us that saying. Okay, thank you so much. Buying of existence won't guarantee what we seek to be better. I mean, it's time we break the narrative. Before I move my resolution or my motion, which says, motion for resolution of the Youth Parliament urging the government to prioritize youth skilling by setting up a skilling hub per district in the region. Before I move that very nice resolution, someone would already urge that we already have existing initiatives that can address the exact effect or the exact intended ideas why we should have the hubs in place. But that's what I'm saying. We can't buy what is in existence if it cannot address what we seek to be better. So on that point, I would request August House or all honorables that you stand with me as we support the motion of today's 8th Regional Rwenzori Youth Parliament of urging the government to prioritize. Prioritizing is not putting aside or against completely or other alternatives. Prioritizing is to give a second chance or what works better, that's what I'm emphasizing, of prioritizing youth skilling by setting up a skilling hub per district in the region. I move. Right, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Akora. I invite the Honorable Member who would wish to second this motion. Honorable Member, please come and take to the podium and introduce yourself, where you're coming from, and second this motion. And after him, we will have an opportunity to also have an open discussion, starting with the Honorable Member here, as I had promised him in this regard.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Protocol and IRAC observed. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm Kenneth Thomas, coming from Fortportal North Division, a youth leader on the ward level. Currently, I'm the chairperson, Gwel Ward, and the aspiring male councillor, North Division. I second the resolution or the motion that says the youth parliament urging the government to prioritize youth skilling by creation of hubs in every district within the region. So we need to think about the impacts, the positive impacts that will come because of the creation of these hubs. First of all, we shall have employment opportunities for our youth. Remember, in most industrial hubs, most of them are employing the youth. So it's very rare to find very old people in these industries and those hubs that are to be created. Another thing, we've been talking about corruption. We need to know where all this comes from. If we don't have employment opportunities, it means we shall have competition for the jobs that are available at that moment. But if we have various employment opportunities where everyone can engage in, someone from Ntoroko, someone from Fortportal, someone from Kasese, then the competition won't be too much. Then in the end we shall have distributive development within the region. Another thing, currently we have a surge, a negative surge of the youth engaging in drug abuse and immoral behaviors like stealing and the others. So if we have these hubs, they will be employing the youth, and I'm sure the youth won't have that time to go and be in drug addiction, taking drugs and the others. So our youth will be involved in that work and it will be productive for us all. Lastly, I'm finalizing by saying that I support this motion that has been moved by the pre-current speaker. Thank you.
You have a point of information here. Once again, don't get tired of introducing yourself for the record and also for our clerks to take note.
Okay, my name is Msimenta Joseph from Kuchamba Sub-County, a youth leader and also a youth champion. I could like to inform the current speaker that the motion is about skilling hub, not industrial hub.
Thank you so much for that information, and I hope, do you take the information, Honorable?
Okay. I beg to take the information.
Thank you so much, and now that you had finished seconding, I hope you had finished.
Okay, but the problem is we hadn't received the copy of the motion, so I was in a rush.
Oh, it's
Thank
okay.
you.
It's very okay, Honorable. Thank you so much. The Honorable Leader seated to Kasoro, I don't know, you have any supplement, as I had promised you last time to start with you in this open discussion. Please take on to the podium. You would move to the podium. You need to oppose him. Okay. Honorable Bakora, please have this opportunity to come and present the defense to your motion as you prepare to be opposed. Someone has already pledged to oppose you even before you pass on your defense.
Okay, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. As they said, we shouldn't get tired of introducing ourselves. Akola Msiengozi David is my name. Before we go far, there is this quote. History will have to record that the greatest tragedy of the period of social transition was not the strident clamor of the bad people, but the appealing silence of the good people. That's why he said we can't buy an existence if it is not better for us. Now, in the move to defend my motion, which I even give the highest credit for the person who proposed this motion, before we go far, we're talking of the region, because we're talking of the skilling hubs in the region. As the Wenzhou region, we have 9 districts, stretching from Chiegegwa down to Ntoroko as you go up to Kasese. In that region, we have more than 246,799 youth aged between 15 to 24. In the same region, we have 6,923 youth aged between 18 and 30. If you sum up, that is getting to almost 500 plus youth within that region. But now, if you give it a consideration, how many hubs do we have in existence? Hubs are already there. That's what we are saying per district. In the region of 9 districts, we have so far 3 hubs. We have one in Ntoroko, that is Ntoroko Skilling Hub. Then we have one in Toro Zone Industrial Hub, which is in Kidzwiga Village. In Katera, then that is sub-county, Mwenga Central. Then we have the Wenzhou Presidential Skilling Hub, the one that is found in Imobuku. On a big scale, largely if you make extensive research of all the government programs that have been in place, stretching from youth livelihood program up to the ground, I think there are only 2 of the most programs that have been effective. That is the youth hubs and the current PDM we are having as an initiative. If you take good research, so far, for the time these hubs have been in existence, they have already skilled more than 500 youth who have already benefited from the hubs. Why do I have to push for this resolution? If you check very well, we have the share of the youth between 15 years to 24 years, not in employment, not in education, either in the training field. That is 4,1,528 persons. That is about 42.6% of the entire population we're having in the whole country. This is not about the region. Now, all those youth don't belong anywhere. They are either neither skilled nor employed. Now, what can we use? If you consider the current monetization or the current education costs we have in Uganda, to attain a formal education in Uganda, you will have to sell almost everything you own before you get what you want. At the end of the day, you have attained a certificate, you are thoroughly and duly qualified, you have to again get 20 million to go and corrupt for a job. Now here we're talking about the skilling hub, where the pre-current speaker who was even putting the difference between the skilling hub and the presidential hub. I think it is the same. It is just presidential hub by the vote of who initiates it, but the intention is to skill. Now,
his information was about industrial hub and skilling hub.
Okay, fine. So still, it is the same industrial hub and the skilling hub. What is the industrial hub? What are the objectives of, it's fine. What are the objectives of industrial hub and what do you get at the end of the day? Now, if you check the unemployment rate we have in the region here, we have 16% of the youth between 18 to 30 years. 16%. That is equivalent to 10 million on our entire nation. 10 million youth are not employed. Who are affected most? On this ground is when I call for a female gender to come and support the resolution. We are saying 18.9 of the entire population are the females who are not employed, and 13.4 are the male who are not employed. Adding all those individuals or all those youth are thoroughly graduate grounds. I would wish we call upon the August House. We come and support this resolution because at the end of the day, if you consider a methodological or systematic approach to address the challenges we're having as unemployment, one, basically it is going to be lack of skill and the necessary talent. Because if you had your talent, you're a footballer, you are better like how you do, you have something that can occupy you. Second, we need information. But still, you can't get information, or even if you had the information but you don't have the skill, it won't generate. Third, we need the funding. And lastly, we need social connection. But all in all, you realize that even if you got a connection of an opportunity, provided you don't have the necessary skills, you won't get that what you're talking about. And these hubs, if I again break for you simply, these hubs will focus on different things. One, that is skilling in hairdressing, craftsmanship. We talk of salon, we talk of bricklaying. There are very many, not necessarily the formal education that you have to be a doctor, you have to be a nurse. All these hand-needed skills, and at the end of the day will curb the unemployment rate that has sat on the majority of the youth. Lastly, who is a youth? A youth is defined in different angles. By the National Youth Council, they will define a youth as someone between 18 to someone who is 29. But under the Constitution, a youth is someone who is 18 up to 30. And then if you consider the UN, a youth is someone who is between 12 years to 25. So you realize that the biggest population, as how the majority of the other honorables have been urging, the 78% of the Ugandans are youth. What is surprising most, they say Uganda is the second country with the youthful generation. So as the youth, we have to have our voices open and we be considerate to those ones who can't attain from education. I call for the support of the motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Are you still opposing? And after him, Honorable Zahara, prepare yourself. Honorable Martha and the female Honorable here. And afterwards, we'll have another session of the gents here. Because the reason as to why I chose the female honorables, in his defense, you heard him talk about 18.9% female and only 13 male. So this, to a larger extent, affects the female leaders. Yes, Honorable.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, good afternoon. I raise here to oppose my friend, Mr. Akoya, on the motion of the House urging the government to prioritize youth skilling by setting up a skilling hub per district in the region. I stand here to oppose this strongly by starting asking you on your points you talked about. You said in the region so far we have 9 districts and we only have 3 industrial hubs. And you talked about 500 youth so far out of these 3 industrial hubs that have come out, 500. Now, I would like to ask you, if we are to set out each industrial hub in those 9 districts, so far how many industrial would each of these 9 would have produced out of the 500? Because if 3 have produced 500, then what about the 9? That means each will be producing 100, even less. So that would be a waste of money out of that, rather prioritizing by putting this money into other sectors. 2, you talked about these youth is the 500. Yes, they are out. Where are they now? Do we have market of these products that are produced? I'd like you to tell me out of the 500 so far around here in Fortportal, you talked about that industrial hub. Where are those youths which you have produced so far? Where are they? Do they have market of the products produced? That is one. Of recent, His Excellency the President was commissioning the industrial hub around Kibuku in the Ntoroko district. When he asked the students who are out of now, and what are they doing, and are they applying the skills obtained from the industrial hub in the usual life now, in real life, we found out of the 300 plus students produced in 2 years, 10 of them were the ones doing the real things in real life. So where are the rest? We are just wasting money in the industrial hubs, and again you want to set other industrial per district? No, I can strongly oppose this motion that it would be better not to waste that money in 2 industrial hubs, then put that money in skilling and improving the ones already we have. So far, if you can improve and put more emphasis in the 3 industrial hubs we have in the region, trust me, we can produce more and more goods than in each district in the region. So to go on the point of the second that we talked about, that when you introduce these industrial skilling hubs per district, it will reduce crime and drug abuse among the youth. No, it cannot. Rather, it will, here I can say, while the youth in the solution and while skills can be the solution to the youth delinquency, poor implementation of the programs can also lead to that. If we poorly plan and introduce these industrial hubs in each district, and they are poorly planned for, trust me, the youth will go there and meander. Now you will just increase mediocrity than improving their skills among the people.
As you conclude, Honorable.
Yes, as I'm concluding, that's one. We talked about reducing unemployment. No, it cannot. It cannot reduce unemployment. So far, if we have industrial hubs, we have them, and we have even vocational institutes. Now, how many students come out as of now, and how many job creations have you created for these people? We have UT6 Chwamba here. Every year, UT6 Chwamba students graduate. Do we have a market for them? Where are they? So I strongly oppose the motion that we set each industrial hub in each district. Thank you. I beg to submit.
Thank you so much. For the benefit of our clerks, I beg you to repeat your name and your district.
My name is Tuguna John Mugara from Ntoroko district. I'm an engineering student from UT6 Chwamba.
Thank you so much. Honorable Zahara, as Honorable Martha prepares herself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm here to disagree with his motion that every district should have a skilling hub. We, the youth, we need chap things whereby we can get daily money. And for example, in Kibuku district, there is a skilling hub. No youth are going there. There are few youth that are going there for skilling. For another point.
Honorable Zahara, you have a point of information here.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I would like to inform the current speaker that it's not Kibuku district, but Kibuku is a place in the local district, and the industrial hub is Kibuku industrial hub.
Thank you. And another example is we have a skilling hub here in Fortportal. It is found in Boma.
Order granted.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker.
Please, you can step forward and introduce yourself for the purpose of our online viewers.
Well, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, and the speaker who is talking about this topic of discussion. According to statistics that are here,
and everyone is able to see. And according to the last visit of the president in Toroko district, we have statistics from 2023 confirm that 479 students graduated from the Kibuku Industrial Hub. Now I'm wondering, is the Honorable in charge? Is she in order to lie the August House that there is no any student that goes to that industrial hub? I beg to submit.
Honorable Zahara is protected. Let her finalize her submission. Honorable Zahara, please. You can respond to what he's saying and finalize your submission.
It was an error, but there are few youth going there. Okay. I need to ask Mr. Akora that how are you helped if the government sets up a hub and you are not given a startup kit? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Much, Honorable Zahara. Honorable Martha, you can take on to the podium. And I hope, Honorable Akora, you're noting down these questions and responses.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Nyaka Isikirita, a student leader at Uganda Pentecostal University. I'm the coordinator for African Youth Leadership Forum, UPU chapter, and I work with Right Honorable Speaker as a facilitator for HLD for this region. I'm opposing the motion urging the government to prioritize youth skilling by setting up a skilling hub per district in the region. We all know that to start up something, okay, setting up this hub, there are some factors that we consider. And one of them is resource allocation. So I would love to ask our speaker, the one who is supporting the motion, do we have these resources in each and every district in this region? Because you may find some districts, they lack these resources, for example, land and others. Another thing is, another one is the existing initiatives may be overlooked if we are to put these skilling hubs per district. The existing initiatives, for example, the vocational trainings, may be overlooked because if we introduce this hub, others will go. For example, if we introduce like a tech hub, these people who go for welding, hairdressing, may not opt for those initiatives, and they rather opt for these digital, technical skills. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. The Honorable Leader here, and thereafter I will request the Honorable Leader from North Division, Kabarole District, and Honorable Murungi Davis, and our Honorable Leader there to also give in their views.
Thank you, the right Speaker, Honorable, and the House at large. I come here in favor of this motion. When we say that government should create skilling hubs per district in every region.
Honorable, I request you for record purposes to introduce yourself.
Thank you. I'm sorry I'd forgotten. Maska Lillian is my name from Kasese. Thank you. So, if we said I will not make my, as entrepreneur, if a person is an entrepreneur, if you say, I'm not going to make my shop because there is a shop here on this street, then how are we going to benefit? That means we shall have only one shop remaining in the whole district or in the whole town. Still, if these 3 hubs are there, government should create more hubs in every district, each district at least 1, because the motion is really clear. And then, why I support this motion, when we put these hubs in place, really there will be job creation, more especially if they favor entrepreneurship studies. Because why most youth are not employed and yet they have the skill is because they have been job seekers, not job creators. Let's put in action, and in these skilling hubs, they should be taught to be job creators, not job seekers. Another point here, he talked of, Honorable Speaker Akora talked of the women being more unemployed. We have discriminated ourselves, we as women, we as ladies. There is what we say, these specific skills are meant for males and these specific skills are meant for women. My dear ladies and women in the house, what a man can do, a woman can do better. There is nothing you can tell me that you can't do carpentry. Why? It's something you can do. It is a skill. So these skills, when they put these hubs there, even those people mostly in villages, they will tell you, how can a woman be a mechanic? How can you go to do auto vehicle mechanics, yet you are a lady? But when we put these skilling hubs there, in each district, they will see, yeah, this lady has studied engineering, yet she's a lady. Or she has studied this skill, yet she's a lady. And yet it has been considered to be for males. And more so,
as you conclude, Honorable.
And more so, when these hubs are put in place, we shall get more of qualified personnel, because in most sectors, people who are there, they are not qualified. But when we put these hubs there, we shall get the qualified personnel who will work with us and for the betterment of this country. Thank you very much.
Point of information granted. Please, you come forward here for the purposes of our online viewers.
Right Honorable Speaker, our argument is not that we don't see the value in the skilling. We see value in skilling, but we go down deep to reflect on the impact vis-a-vis the input cost. Kijuiga Industrial Hub in Chenjojo District, which I know very well because I've grown up from there and studied from there, for the entire year, they have only skilled 146 youth. This is an industrial hub that is serving the entire region of about 7 districts, with the exception maybe of Ntoroko that has got its own. No. First wait, I'm going to come to your point. No. Let me, I will reach, so you'll find that you don't need to give me that information. What do I mean? I have my son who has been there, I have detailed information. The people who are brought on the day for graduation and the people who have been studying from there, the numbers vary. Actually, when I held a press conference earlier on, it's online, when I held the conference, one of the issues I was talking about, the president need to validate from the certifying body, that is the DIT, that is certifying the youth who go for welding, go for what. Because the people who are presented on the day for graduation when the president is coming, the number is far different from the people who are skilled. There are 146 youth. Last year, in October, I was in Hoima, I was working from Hoima. buses, link bus ferried people from the entire Bunyoro sub-region. People had come to graduate. Fortunately, I knew some people when they came on the playground, that is Dohaga playground. I interviewed one of the youth I was working with, that what is happening here? We were called here to come and graduate. Simani in beans planting. Do you need to graduate me in beans planting? So it is really shame. So what we are saying here is that let the president first, or the government first, focus on the regional, and we make them operational.
Thank you so much, Honorable. I don't know if you take that information, Honorable Masika. And,
I may take the information, but still, yes, if the hubs are there, let's create awareness. You are taking me back to the first motion of corruption. That means there is some corruption in that act. That means, for example, I can use Mubuku Hub. One day I was in Karusandara in Kasese district, and can I say, those people who are aspiring for votes, MPs, they were taking the hub to be theirs. That means the village people there didn't know that the hub is a government institution. So when they take the hub to be theirs, they will say, so we have contributed much percent of you, so you're going to pay like 20%, what and what, or you get meals or accommodation. So those people don't really have the information. Put the information and people will come. But when the information, if there is no awareness, these people will have fear within their hearts. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will invite our honorable leader from Kabarole district as he gives his view. Honorable Murungi Davis prepares himself, and we'll end with her, the honorable leader, and then Honorable Akora will come and give his remarks and prayers, and then we call a vote for this motion.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to air out my views. But before that, I'd like to first inform my brother here that the Kijuiga Industrial Hub, which is there for only 4 districts. And that is Kabarole, Chenjojo, Kabarole, Chenjojo, Kamwenge, and Kitagwenda, not the 7 districts you are talking about. And secondly, as we all know the motion, I'm in support of that motion. Whereby I stand to support this motion from one of the speakers' side, that the number who are skilled are very few. Yes, we understand they are very few, and that's why we want to increase on the numbers, that let the numbers be quite huge, so that everyone can have the skill and see a transformed world. For example, we have the 4 districts which go to Kijuiga for training, and each district is given 60 slots per half a year. Whereby, like for example, the Kabarole district where I come from, as a youth leader, we are given 60 slots every 60 months. And those youths we send there, indeed, we are seeing a transformed youth outside there. For example, I'll give a youth called Agondeze Ronald, once attended there, and he has now a welding center at Kihondo Trading Center. That guy was called to give a training to those guys who started from Kichwamba. For him, he's a P6 graduate, but he was training those who went for a diploma. That means if we change the mind, for example, if we take a youth with a changed mind, that youth can transform the community. But we have youths who go there 2 days, 3 days, that for me, I feel mchaka. We wake up very early. You find that a youth is giving a fake excuses of mchaka, forgetting what brought or what took that person there. I stand to support this motion, and I say that if the government introduces skilling hubs for each district, a quite good number of youths will be skilled, and we transform this nation of ours. Lastly, when you see the ladies here, every lady has money on her head. And the ones doing this are these youths who have already attained a skill. For example, when you go for a hot comb, at a little amount is 7,000. So when you go there, at least you do 4 heads, just hot combing, you'll be getting 28,000 a day. Now when you see a young one getting 28,000 a day, that young girl is already transformed and can be able to eat and drink on her own, not even depending on anyone. So once these skilling hubs are introduced by district, it will reduce dependency and will create jobs for the young people of Uganda. I submit.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Honorable. For the purpose.
I think I will introduce myself.
Yes.
My name is Augustine Vyauhanga, a youth leader from Kabarore district and the male district youth councillor aspirant Kabarole.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Murungi. You have 2 minutes. You have 2 minutes.
Well, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. I will do it so quick. I pray. Right Honorable Speaker, my name is Murungi Davis. I am a born of Ntoroko district. I reside in Fortportal Tourism City. The precurrent speaker should go and find out the person he referred to that was called to train the Tramba students. Did he study alone in the industrial hub? Where are the rest? If he tells me that answer, then that is very well. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues in the House, I am not in support of the motion. The issue of skilling, it's not about increasing the number of industrial hubs or skilling hubs, whatever sort of words you're going to term it. It is all about mindset change in the youth. The youth are just brought, they throw them in the industrial hub, they tell you study. One, you have not told them what are they going to study and for what benefit will it be at the end of the course. They are not aware. I want you to take note and go make research about the enrollment number per entry. How many students register or are brought to start the course in the industrial hub? The ones we're having right now, the ones we are talking about, the 3 in our region. I'm not going to consider any other else, but in our region. Enrollment statistics have, they say, 100% of the entrants, as the entrants, when they come to start studying, 100%, only 30% complete. What happens to the 70? Where do they go and why? Before you increase the numbers, first manage, first contain, improve those which are there. I have my colleague who was doing a master's degree from UMI, and her topic of study, of research, thesis, was why do government projects fail? That was for her topic of research. And the findings which were there, her name is Komsinge Daphne. You can go at UMI and ask for her study, and they give it to you. Why do they fail? A project after the other, not even assessing, not even tracking the implementation process, not even finding out who is there implementing the project doesn't succeed. So the same we are calling, as the young people, as the youth who need a bright future, we are calling to compile, to build the projects before even we get the seeds, the fruits of the project that are in existence. How can you convince me, out of 3 years of an industrial hub like in Ntoroko, Kibuku Industrial Hub, 3 years, you only graduate 479 students. The industrial hub which is serving Bundabujo, Ntoroko, Fortportal, 3 districts, and we are also saying the numbers of the youth we have. He read the numbers, 2,000, 20,000, 10,000 from these districts, but only 479. And then you want to take an industrial hub in Bundabujo, that you want to have one, when you have failed to mobilize, to change the mindset of the youth, to come and they attend, they enroll in this industrial hub. What are we advocating for? Are we advocating for development or under-development? We are the same youth tomorrow, we are going to start crying that there is mismatch, misuse of funds. They are not monitoring well. What do you want the government to do? I do not want to have premature projects. Let us support the project, it matures, we see the fruits, at the end of the day, we expand. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so
Right
much. Thank you so much. Not granted, not granted, not granted. So Honorable Leader, please come forward, and you will forgive me for calling you only that, but I have not yet grasped your name well. So thank you so much, Honorable Murungi. The Honorable Leader can be helped, and I carry her baby as she comes to deliver her remark. Thank you so much, members, for that energy. I'm enjoying this energy so well.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My name is Maska Neverless. I'm from Vundibujo. I work with Yosida, Uganda. I'm here to support the motion which says, urging the government to prioritize youth skilling by setting up a skilling hub per district in the region. And I'm going to talk basing on my district, of course, but also Bundibujo, but also countrywide. Members, I believe that in every district, there are people with disabilities which cannot favor them to join formal institutions to attain formal education. For example, they cannot join maybe university, they cannot go to primary schools based on their disabilities. But if we have these skilling hubs, for example, bricklaying, plumbering, skilling institutions are in place. We have hairdressing services. We have, which other skills? The what? The carpentry. So many of them. These people can be favored. Remember, we have people who can't hear, but they are able to make something. Most of these skills are hands-on. Someone is not able to hear, but can make something by the use of the hands. Then another point why I support this motion is that,
As you conclude, Honorable.
yes, we have to sustain ourselves and also ensure diversity by acquiring these skills. For example, if maybe we are employed somewhere and you are being paid like 200,000, this money is not enough for you to sustain the family. But if we have other skills like hairdressing, you can get money from that sector and boost the family, and you find that your family is sustained. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. I invite Honorable Akora to give his responses and also make his prayers. The Honorable Leader from Bundubujo District, you are invited at the back. You have 2 minutes, Honorable, meaning you have 1 minute to present your responses and 1 minute to make your prayers such that we put it to a vote. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. If you give me 1 minute to respond from all the inquiries people have got, I will be feeding 1,000 hungry people on one bread. Now, I want to put something very clear. There is opposing something without clear justification. The chief guest had a statement. The current generation has only one syndrome. They are not willing to learn and relearn. I want to try and sum up everything. Someone comes here, gives you a quantitative analysis, shows you that about 400 some good figure graduated. Now, I want to put something clear. Uganda previously had a number of MPs in the parliament. They have been increasing and increasing and increasing. Why? For service delivery. Now, if you have Kijwiga Industrial Hub covering 4 districts, someone is lame. This is a youth who has a family. The youth who was less privileged to attain a formal education. Still on the same ground, we had Makerere as a main university by 1990s. How many universities do we have today? Don't they offer the same services? How many primary schools and secondary schools are being opened up on a daily basis? Even before we go all that far, the first question is, from the first step, why do you think there was establishment of an industrial hub? In any case, because you already had the farm education. The fact that there was the need and gap to be addressed, that's why we have industrial park instituted. Now, you have to be considerate. You're already a youth, you are less privileged, you don't have an opportunity, you just need a skill. Someone says, what are the produce and the products of those ones who have already graduated? There are very many people right now who are into bricklaying, they are into ventilators making, they are into hairdressing, carpentry, metal workshop mentioned but a few. Move around. At least all of us here of a certain good age. Compare the previous years and the current years. So the much development we're having today, especially on the local revenue collection, are these self-established businessmen and women. And what are they doing today? They're into skilling skills. So at the end of the day, there is no way to come here and oppose something when we don't have a deeper understanding and clarification of what you're talking about.
Your prayers, Honorable.
Okay, as I move to my prayer, right, Honorable Speaker, as I came to defend my resolution, I left a part of recommendation because as I move a motion, I'm supposed to defend it and then give recommendation. So most of the people's arguments rely on the recommendation. When you go to Kijwiga and people are not skilling, they drop out, they start 100, then you find 30%. Now, the question should be, if Kijwiga is in place, does it have the services? A case in point, there is advocacy to change the education system.
Honorable, I would request you use those recommendations as the prayers. So you
exactly, that's what I'm saying. So the current education system we're having, we are now shifting to a hands-on education system, the new curriculum that we're having in the law schools. Don't you think that is the exact thing that you're calling upon? But do they have the facilitation? Recommendation number one is the very one we are talking about, opening these industrial hubs or skilling hubs in all districts. Why? To cover the distances, to cover people unable to move in those places. Recommendation number two, increase the numbers of those people enrolling. Honorable Murung puts it clearly. They give 60 slots. Now, I've given him the same status, the analysis. We are more than 500, not 500, more than 500,000 youth in this region. Now, if you are giving 60 slots in the Kabarole district, what is the population of Kabarole? That's what I'm talking about. Now, it is the government to increase on the number of people enrolling. The third recommendation, increase the funding and equipment. Even if we don't have the money, we normally have supplementary budget. A case in the point, a supplementary budget to give every MP of the 559 MPs a million, 100 million. How much is that? Can't that money be shifted to benefit the industrial hub? At the end of the day, you help the Ugandans who even cater for the revenue collection that come again and be given to MPs just to go and fulfill what they're supposed to be doing. So at the end of the day, with all those recommendations that are not put in place, I'm sure they have all clearly answered your queries, and you've realized the very well that industrial hubs are very essential. In the conclusion, I pray that you support this motion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, honorable members. I thank you for the discussion we had. And at this time, we are going to be voting for this motion, a motion for a resolution of the Youth Parliament urging the government to prioritize youth skilling by setting up a skilling hub per district in the region. Honorable members, those in favor say aye, and those not in favor say nay. Nay. The nays have it. Thank you. We now move to the third motion and the last motion for today. Our clerks are going to guide us. Yeah, the clerks, please. The microphone.
Okay, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. We are moving to item 7.1. That is, the first motion. Motion of the Fortportal Youth Parliament urging the government to address the continued commercialization of politics and how has exploited and excluded the youth from active participation in the electoral process. I'll call upon Honorable Kasoro Patrick to move the motion.
Right, Honorable Speaker, honorable members of the August House, good afternoon. I'm Amanyere Patrick Kasoro, Fortportal Tourism City representative in this August House. I stand here to move a motion to this August House urging the government to address the continued commercialization of politics and how this has exploited and excluded the youth from active participation in electoral processes. I beg to move the motion. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will request a person seconding this motion. The Honorable Enoch over there to come and second this motion. I have 2 minutes in that regard.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, the clerks, and the honorable members present. A very good afternoon to you all. My understanding of commercialization of politics, it is the increasing role of money and economic interests.
Honorable, I'm sorry to interject. For the purpose of records, I request you to introduce yourself and where you come from.
Thank you. The 2 minutes had put me on pressure. My name is Ampaire Enoch. I am the outgoing guild president at Uganda Petroleum Institute Kigumba, a youth chair for any particular interests which are in most cases economical by the people that come during the political season, who we will call the politicians. This is a very significant issue in our country. There has been a very rampant increase. I may not have the numbers properly, but from our understanding, we know it has been affecting us so much, whereby we even come to realize that maybe back in the time, patriotism was a way to determine who is going to be a leader. The love for the country, the ideas that people come up with when looking for positions, or maybe what you have already done for the country, you need to be a measure of you becoming a leader or not. But currently, it is about how much do you have in the pockets, how much are you going to put in the election to be considered a leader or someone who is ready or able to serve the people. So this is an issue that is affecting the youths of this country, and in particular for today, the youth in our region, where I believe we have had a number of cases where me or you have been affected by the commercialization of politics. One reason being that we are not yet well established. So regardless of the ideas you have in your mind or what you're intending to offer in for the people in your community, you don't have the opportunity to get a position. Or we can also call it it can also be in favor so much of the youth who are already rich. Those could be the youth who come from the families that are doing well, or God has blessed them with the finances to facilitate an election. In other places where we could borrow a leaf from, might be other countries, it is actually the voters who come on ground to support the aspirants on various positions. And in that way, the voters are able, the electorate is able to own the people. They are the bosses of the people that they have put in those positions. But it is a very different case where we are even having people investing more money
than what they are going to get as a salary. So it leads to a number of issues such as corruption, such as we not being able to stand on our feet and demand for what we deserve. You cannot demand for accountability or an engagement with the leaders because of the vice of corruption. Ladies and gentlemen, I beg to second the motion of the Fortportal Youth Parliament urging the government to address the continued commercialization of politics and how this has exploited and excluded the youth from active participation in the electoral processes. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable Enoch. I will invite Honorable Kasoro to present the defense to his motion as we all prepare to go into the open discussion. And this time round, I will put emphasis and focus on those who have not yet submitted anything since we started. So those who have not submitted, please prepare yourself. If you know you have given a submission on the past motions, let's first give a chance to those who have not yet submitted, then we'll also come in later on. Honorable Kasoro.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. As well as you have had the motion, I'd like to thank you, Honorable, for seconding my motion and having given a light about it. Whereas as the Constitution of Uganda of 1995 amended under Article 611G mandates the Electoral Commission to ensure principles of free and fair elections. And again, Parliamentary Elections Act of 2005 as amended under Section 68 1 states, a person who either before or during election, directly or indirectly, gives or provides or causes to be given or provided any money, gift, or other consideration in order to induce any person to vote for or refrain from voting for any candidate commits the offense. But we have continued seeing these laws not enforced, not being respected, in a way that today commercialization of politics has moved and taken a stage of determining who is to be a leader, who is to be elected, and who decides for the population. And the cause of this has been, one, state control. As we talk of today, a live example, last week, those who watched could follow nominations of NRM flag bearers or aspirants. You saw what happened to one of national female youth MP. What happened? Because she's a daughter to principal or national secretary of the party, the guideline was you must enter in the secretariat or a nomination center with only 6 people. She went with more than 100. Why? Because she's a daughter or close to the state. Even they made some people to get out of the lane, first to give her that privilege because she's a daughter of the state, which has limited or which has caused fear to some of us who are not connected to the state or who doesn't have money. Secondly, limited civic education. We know there are some, for example, electoral commission is mandated to educate electorates before we go for this process. But are they doing so? Why? Sometimes they think that they tell us that they are less funded. So people without that civic education, they end up making uninformed decisions where they don't know the value of their votes, ending voting money, not ideas or not capability. Thirdly, a lack of internal democracy in political parties. For example, you have been in a NRM structure, elections. You have been seeing those candidates with money, they could even camp the delegates. They could even hide delegates from the less privileged people as far as finances are concerned. Thus, making these delegates making informed decisions. As I conclude, how are these exploited or excluded younger people from participating? One, barriers of entry. Because right now, for example, youth, district or city councillors, they are asking nomination fee of 500 in NRM talkers from NRM side. How many youths can afford that? Today, people, it has turned to be a culture. Even a councillor, ward councillor, you must have a driver around who doesn't know you in your ward. But this one, it's being done to intimidate the less privileged people, thus sabotaging their ability and capability to serve. Tokenism. These old people, they have come up to take us like agents of violence. At any order, they will just come and manage some influencers in the society, and they brand you as an agent of violence. So at any order, when you come to raise up, they will say, you younger people, you're always violent. Nothing you can offer. But it's done under the influence of money to those who influence the public, thus excluding young people in participating in electoral processes. So, my dear honorable members of this August House, I call upon your support for this motion so that we can have a better Uganda, a better tomorrow for not only ourselves, but for the generations to come. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kasoro. We are going so badly on time. So if you're given an opportunity to come and make your submission, I humbly request you to keep it as brief as possible. But even when you attempt to keep it as brief as possible, do not remove the most important things that we would wish to have and that are impactful for this debate. I now open for discussion. Yes, Honorable. And after, as you're seated, and then we move to the other honorable member. Please, you have exactly 2 minutes to present your submission.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Kule Michael from Montoroko District. I am here to support this motion. It is true commercialization of politics has excluded, has exploited us, the youth, and it has affected us from participating in the electoral processes. Because commercialized politics promotes patronage over merit. People who have money have gone in these top positions, but they don't do for the country anything. For example, we the youth, you go to participate in an election, they ask for nomination fees of 500,000. That is at the level of district councillor. What if you want to be MP? You are in millions of money. Meaning the one with the money will go, even go through and do nothing for the country. Still, commercialization of politics promotes silence of ideas. Then it also brings in transactions instead of transformation. You see people being given some money at night, especially during those, like the last night towards the election. People are given money to go and just vote someone instead of voting a leader who would go and speak. Therefore, I would request the government to take up these actions like my brother has said, Honorable Kasoro, let the government regulate campaign expenditures. And also, it will help to curb the vote buying problem that we have in this country. We have seen MPs who go to parliament, they sleep because they bought the vote. They go to parliament, they just do for God and my stomach instead of for God and my country. They do for their stomach because someone used the millions of money to win an election. Therefore, is there to first get back the money used in the campaigns so that he can prepare for the next election. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kule, and thank you so much for also keeping time. The Honorable Leader seated next to Honorable Kule, please. Honorable Kule, you're needed. So also, Honorable, you have exactly 2 minutes, and when you keep it as brief as Honorable Kule had, you also give opportunity to other colleagues to also make their submission.
Okay. Good afternoon, honorable members. I'm Windo Marion from Kasese District. Yeah, and by the way, I'm the General Secretary at the District Award. So my point, in fact, I'm supplementing what my fellow honorable members just said. Yeah, because it has stuck in my mind. What I want to say is that I'm agreeing with this motion of today. My point here is, I'm agreeing because this thing is promoting corruption and equity. Here I say, when they ask for money, let me bring an example of, okay, I know we are talking about politics and what, but let me bring an example in pageantry. You see, when you're coming to contest for this beauty, whatever, they will tell you to boost your votes. And one day I asked one lady, I was like, why can't you contest? She replied, she was like, Marion, you know these people are asking for money. Why will I get money to boost these votes? And we had a case of the Miss Uganda, the reigning Miss Uganda, that's Natasha. We had that she had to put in money to become the queen. Yeah, we accept she's capable, she's everything, but we believe that people who didn't have money to do what? To boost the votes, so they didn't come up to do what? To contest. So I disagree with this commercial thing. It's limiting people. We people who are from broke families, so we can't contest because we don't have money to support ourselves. Another thing is,
as you conclude, Honorable.
Yo, it's okay, dear. Another thing is, this thing of commercializing our motion, it brings a barrier to the entry. Yeah, it brings in a barrier whereby the youth are being discouraged to participate. And this is, by the way, it brings us stress even. You feel like, what am I going to do in politics? Since they need money, okay, there's a way you become. Yeah, when they ask for money, because you can't tell me to raise 20 million to ask for votes from my fellow youth. Yeah, you find someone telling you, you will not pass because you're not contributing in money. Yeah, and even as we came here, these people who are contesting for speaker, clerkship, one member I had was like, they should put in money, we shall vote them. I was like, eh. Yeah, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Yes, Honorable Leader. As he's walking forward, I want to see those who also have supplements after him. The Honorable Leader from Kibimba will come through, and then we have him coming, and we'll end with him.
Okay, I observe the protocol. My name is Wambale Crispus from Kasese District, a student nurse at Renzo School of Nursing and Midwifery Kasese, and a president, Road Fact Club of that station. So I'm very happy to present on this topic, which is also a global or a countrywide problem that's evading this country, Uganda.
as well as you said, corruption is also coming. Just know that also this commercialization is along the problems or the evading things that are coming to affect us in Uganda, as well as politics are concerned. Straightforward to the side of the youth, purposely, mainly I observed this when I wanted to become a guilty president of that institution, the School of Nursing. They tried to say, you can put in something so that can be nominated. So I realized that this issue is also evading the small, the down one, the low institutions. It will end up even reaching primary schools. So we have to find out the solutions to this. Mainly the government of Uganda, should be strict to this problem. In which ways? I was told that in the parliament we have representatives, yes, youth representatives, isn't it? Yes, in the parliament of Uganda. So mainly I realized that the number of these people who are representing us, it's still at a low cost. You understand? So because you find that at a district level, they're saying this is we have other DC, we're having ministers, but when you try to look down at the site or at the level of the youth, you find that we are having only one representative by the government. So this shows that our issues cannot be well understood. To the financial status, now, when you want to become a leader, you find that they are saying that for you to be nominated, you have to pay this money, this amount of money, of which we don't have. For example, at my level, I'm a student. Now, if I want to become a leader, then you are saying I should pay 100. Even I'm not capable of paying tuition on myself. It's like you are indirectly stopping me from taking part. So, as I beg to submit, I would like to encourage the government, all those people who can try to reach there, that you tell these people, encourage them that they should create us a step so that we can also take part, as well as reducing those costs. I know it may be a law, it may be already implemented, so they can try to reduce cost so that we can also take part of which we don't have money, that we can also facilitate that. Only they reduce on the money, since it's a law set. I beg to submit, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you so much. The Honorable Leader from Kibimba, Kagote, you can take on the floor.
Good afternoon, members. Honorable Speaker, I'm called Katsimilois from KLC. I am here to agree with the motion because in Uganda, the politicians have suffered a lot. People have wasted a lot of money. People have put in more effort where they are not going to benefit more. For example, for me, I contested at the level of the ward. At the level of the ward, I found myself wasting 600,000. Just that level, because we had to go early in the morning, we buy some people, we hide them, we wait for the time. So it was a labor. They have to eat, you have to take them back home. You see? So it was not easy for me, which made me stop from that level. Then I go back and work. That's when I will add on, I got another level of sub-county, which is becoming hard for me as a young politician of tomorrow, which is affecting my future of politician. Seriously, the government should look forward and help the young generation. At least the youth should not pay the money for registration. The money for registration should be put to those people who are old, like the MP. Someone to be an MP, let me tell this, someone to be an MP, he or she has experience before. She has already earned from other levels. You cannot be a member of parliament when you have not been ALC, chairperson ALC1. It means you have jumped all these levels, you have passed through them, you have experience to go and contest in parliament, which means you are well equipped with capital. which you are going to use at the parliamentary level. I request that they should give us a chance. We contest on free basis. Because we are still struggling, we are looking for the money. I submit in peace.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Yes, point of information granted, please, and at least keep it as brief as you can.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker. Once again, my name is Baruch Hannington from Kaise District, aspiring male youth councillor, Rugenera Town Council. At first, I agreed with your point of view, but now my information is, when you are contesting to be a member of parliament, there is no specific qualification that you should be having such experience in order for you to qualify to be a member of parliament. That's my submission. Thank you so much. No experience is required.
Thank you so much. To go in parliament, it means you are qualified to contest in parliament, which means you have everything that is required for you to sit in parliament. You have money to use. That is the first thing, because, let me say this, because you have been working, okay, you have been working for under 30 years old. I have just started the politics. You are asking me to pay 30,000 for registration.
Thank you.
Where will I get it? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable. Point of order, and make sure it is a point of order. Yes. Yes, please.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The point of order that I'm raising is that my honorable colleague here raised to second the motion, and she started well. But is she in order to deviate from what she was supporting? Because we are talking about eliminating commercialization of politics at all levels. We are not only looking at LC1, but we were also saying a youth can qualify to contest as president, but remember the nomination was raised from 200 to 20 millions, which cannot be raised by the youth. Remember,
the point of order, Honorable.
So the point of order that I'm raising, is it really in order for you to come here and debate for us when you are not well versed with the areas that your motion is supposed to support?
Thank you so much. I'm sorry, but I'm trying to add out my views according to my level of the way how I have given you my story, how I contested at the world level, and they asked me for 30K. And I paid 600K in voting.
And hiding people.
And hiding people all that money. At my level, it was a big thing and it disturbed me so much. I didn't consider the highest level or level. I considered my level relating to my story. I have given you back. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable. Honorable Bachu, I pray so hard that you are not also among those they will hide very soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable, they need you at the back.
Honorable colleagues, my name is Rubongo Vincent, a youth leader from Karangura Sub-County and a youth champion under KRC. I'm here to support the motion urging the government to address the continued commercialization of politics. Indeed, it is true and it is evident because you've seen those in position of having money are able to take up leadership position. A case in a point, once you don't have money, forget a position in any position. For example, you've seen a case in point, we are so infinitive of people without ideas because they have money. Because a person comes here, for example, is contesting to be an MP. Because he's having money, is capable of maybe heading people as honorable as just narrated, is able to take up a leadership position, even though they doesn't have any manifesto. Right Honorable Speaker, for me I'll go straight to recommendation. What has to be done? Of course, we have a lot of legal frameworks. Number one, let's try to implement these legal, laws that are in place. For example, the 1995 Constitution of Uganda really mandates free and fair elections. But what is surprised most, those who are supposed to implement it are the one actually taking lead in this commercialization, because you cannot now compete with the son of a minister for a certain position. For a case in a point, maybe all of you here, maybe our dream is maybe to lead a youth like maybe Western Region MP, but you cannot compete with someone who is well off. So I think there is need of implementing the laws that are in place. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, is we, the youth, and also the citizens outside, to change our mindset, because we are the very people asking for these people money. A person comes for here, like asking for votes. My guys will say, what do you have? Buy something for us, such that we can put you in a position. Therefore, once we implement the laws in place, we change our mindset, we shall be good to go. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Honorable. I had given the opportunity to Honorable Akugizibwe to come through. Honorable Akugizibwe, and after Honorable Akugizibwe, I will give the opportunity. Yeah, we have only 5 minutes remaining to come to the end of our discussion today. I had given him an opportunity. Yes, Honorable Kizibu.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. My name is Akugizibe Joseph, coming from Buhesi sub-county in Bunyangabu district, and I am the chairperson of my parish for the youth, and also aspiring for the Secretary for Finance in Buhesi sub-county. Yes. Mr. Speaker, I would like to bring to your attention and the entire House that when the Electoral Commission cleared Maureen Chalia to contest for the presidency in the 2016 general elections, making her the only female contender in a pool of 8 presidential aspirants, she probably did not expect the campaign trail to be the grueling from the onset. Chala went about criticizing the level of corruption, eating up the country, and the kind of solutions she would undertake if elected president. Her message on the campaign trail, usually delivered to a handful of people, rotated around some of the critical issues Uganda faces, among which are a failing health system and a weak education system. However, in less than a month on the trail, financial constraints forced Chalia off the campaign platform. She reported the need to head back to the United Kingdom to raise funds for her campaign. Speaking to NTV from the UK, she said she had informed the Electoral Commission of her leave of absence, and she would take at least a month off the campaign, trying to get financial support. Chalia's dilemma perhaps offers a perfect presentation of just how money remains a big factor in Uganda political contest, and how has impacted on the general economy and the tenets of the democratic processes. So, on a side note, it is now a Ugandan culture that candidates have to pay voters in order to win their support, Mr. Speaker. Our colleague was telling us here that to go through at the ward, she had to invest in 600,000. Remember, this is the youth. So she was like imagining, what if I want to improve or to proceed to the next level? How much will I invest in? And now, look at, for those who are aspiring for LOC 5 district councillors and also the MPs, how much are they investing in? Remember, these are the youths that are just from,
The point of information granted. As you can continue, by the time he reaches here, you'll have finished.
Remember, these are youths that are just from school. They have just graduated. They don't have that money. So this is a constraint. This is what limits them from participating in the elections.
You have a point of information?
Yes. Once again, my name is Msimenta Joseph, a youth leader from Kichamba Sub-County, Kabalo District. So my honorable has stated on, I think, that if someone wants to contest for LOC favor on MP seat, as of research in 2016, primary and general elections in Uganda, an MP was estimated to spend 465 million, and whereas LOC 5 is required to have 237 million. Now you can see if you cannot raise that amount, you cannot achieve. Another thing is about the parliament of
Thank you for your information.
I'm still giving information, Mr. Speaker, sir. Please, I beg.
Okay.
So in our parliament, the parliament has 12.3% of parliamentarians age 35, and remember, in our country where we have the population of younger people, it is at 75%. Therefore, you see that our representation is not effective. I beg to submit, sir.
Thank you so much, and I hope, Honorable Gizibu, you take that information.
Honorable Speaker, I think our Honorable was not all that attentive when I was speaking, because it's like supplementing, and at the same time, for him, he's saying it is a point of information. Right Honorable Speaker, recently on 23rd June 2025.
As you conclude, Honorable.
Yes. Recently on 23rd June 2025, we faced a tragedy in Nyangabu district, whereby we lost 5 people, and among these 4 were youths. So these people died when they were accompanying one of the contestants for MPship. Why did these people die? And also, in that same week, we also...
Honorable, as you conclude.
In that same week, 2 people died on another rally, accompanying another aspirant for LOC5. So, what does this tell us? So, this one shows that we, the youths, are now looking for money. The youths are now accompanying those who have money in order to get from them. It is now that the youths have it in mind that when it is time for elections, it is time for harvesting money. So the youths go accompanying others, so which brings accidents, we lose people. That's...
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Kugizibwe. Finally, thank you so much, Honorable Kugizibwe. So finally, we are going to have
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Him come through as Honorable Kasoro prepares his prayers that we are going to vote on. Thank you.
Good afternoon to you all, honorables. I'm Agizeba Simon Peter from KRC Uganda. I am in support of this motion. Though I'm starting on a negative point of view, motion 7.2 is linked to this, but unfortunately, you didn't support it. If at all we the youth are engaged, like we have sources of income, we wouldn't be culprits of monetization of elections. Monetization of elections, because if you have your money, you will not be exploited. And that's what motion 7.2 was saying. If at all a youth is trained, I have my money, you will not, you will not engage me in these things of monetization stuff. So what the government should do, there should be strict laws. People say Uganda have good laws, but they are not implemented. So I think let the government put strict laws about those who monetize elections. If they are disqualified, let them be disqualified. Like to show that it is a clear ground, all of us to participate in. And it is very true, if you don't have money, even in these elections which are coming, you will not win. That is the disadvantage, and hence electing leaders who are opportunists. For them, they meant about themselves. And I think it all comes from poverty, unemployment stuff, monetization. If those, we have to begin from the grassroots, solve unemployment, solve like the youth to engage in skilling, what? Once you are rich, these things, I don't think they happen outside countries. But here in Africa, due to those problems of poverty, these issues still stand. I recommend the government to be very strict, to disqualify these, to act as examples. Then the youth will participate. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Akugizibwe. At this juncture, I will invite Honorable Kasoro to give us the prayers for this motion. You have 1.5 minutes, such that we call it, we vote for this motion.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, and I'd like to appreciate all honorable members that have put in their views to support this motion, and many of the prayers you have put them up. Only will add a prayer that to urge the government and the Electoral Commission to intensify the enforcement of the anti-bribery laws during campaigns and elections, including investigation and the prosecution of offenders. Two, I will encourage youth-led organization, civil society, and schools to run non-partisan voters education programs that promote ethical leadership, political tolerance, and democratic values. And in conclusion, I would say the commercialization of politics in Uganda undermines democratic participation and entrenches inequality, with youth being among the most affected. While they form the largest voting bloc, they are often excluded from leadership and used instrumentally by political elites addressing the requires reforms in campaign finances, political parties, democracy, and youth empowerment program and civic education. Having said that, Right Honorable Speaker and the honorable members of this House, I will again also put this prayer to all of us. We are the majority, and we are the targeted young people. The change starts with you and me. If at all today have stayed paribus, I stood as an MP of this area, the first question will be asked by you, my fellow Kasoro, do you have money? We are the majority. Can we use our numbers for the betterment of our country? Can we change from being seen as agents of violence to agents of development so that we can have a better tomorrow, a better Uganda? For God and my country, Amanyere Patrick Kasoro, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Kasoro. Honorable members, I move this motion for, to put it for a vote. The motion of the Fortportal Youth Parliament urging the government to address the continued commercialization of politics and how this has exploited and excluded the youth from active participation in the electoral processes. Honorable members, I put a vote that those in favor say aye and those not in favor say nay. Aye. The ayes have it. So I thank you so much. We are going to briefly have the review of the resolutions from our clerks of this parliament. Let's listen to them as they give us the review of the resolutions that we had. And after that review, we will move into the adjournment session, and I will guide how that adjournment session will move. But as the clerks take to the podium to give us the review of the resolutions, I want all of you in this house to join me, and we stamp our feet in appreciation of her who was standing from the start up to this time. All of us were coming here, taking our seats, but she remained there all through. Unfortunately, we did not get to hear her name. At this time, I request you, as the Speaker of this House, to introduce at least and greet us. I don't know, we'll interpret for them, but at least tell us your name, and we get to know you.
My side name and this. My name is Dira Doric Knight from Kasese district.
Thank you so much, Dira, for that wonderful service, and we appreciate you as the House for that wonderful sacrifice. And I see some people here who will come for lessons to be trained how they can get that energy, because I know some of my colleagues here who can't stand for that long. But thank you, and it's a challenge for us, the young people. I don't know how far the clerks are. It's a challenge for us, the young people, if the old guards have that energy to stand from when we started up to this time. We also need to up our game and get that physical energy to also stand like that and also learn, because I know in her docket she would need very many young people to also learn the sign language interpretation, such that the next time in the youth parliament that we have here, we have a youth interpreting for the fellow youth who are also benefiting from that service. Thank you so much. I see our clerk ready to give us the review of the resolution.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. First of all, thank you all honorables for the deliberations. Yeah, it was a nice one. So we shall start with motion 1, which was moved by Honorable Kasoro Patrick. One of the honorables, and that is Honorable Kasoro, said the campaign expenditures need to be regulated by the government. We also have one of our honorables who said that youth representation should also be increased in our government. Honorable Tusime also requested for the elimination of the nomination fees for our youths who are trying to contest on various positions. We also have implementing of the laws that are already in place and being more strict, and also making those who go against the laws serve as examples to the others. We also have this one was requested by Honorable Kasoro, who is the mover of the motion. He said running non-partisan, is it voter sensitization or something by the NGOs in order to, things which are not including parties or which are not biased, most especially from the NGOs. So they should be coming in to sensitize people about the elections. We are moving to motion 2, and this was moved by Honorable Akora David. So one of the resolutions which was suggested by Honorable Tugume John Mugara from Mutoroko District, he said, let us first apply the skills obtained, and then after we can look on increasing the number of hubs in the districts. We also have Honorable John Tugume Mugara also said that there are not enough students to be skilled per district, so the hubs should be maintained at regional level. Also, Honorable Bachwa said that we should concentrate on improving the existing industrial skilling hubs. Also, one of the honorables said, sensitize the public about the hubs. As we know, most of the people are not informed of what the hubs are doing and what is going on the hubs, the criteria that are followed in recruiting these young people, so there is need for sensitization. Also, one of the honorable members said, and that is Honorable Murungi, he said that there is need for mindset change among the young people, which is also connected to the sensitization. And also Honorable Davis requested for the increase of the slots per district when recruiting the young people in this hub. We move to motion number 1, which was moved by Honorable Kasoro Patrick. One of the prayers was regulate the campaign. Oh, I'm so sorry. So we are moving to motion 3, which was moved by Honorable Bachwa. Honorable Bachwa requested for the, we were requested by Honorable Akora David to support the NGOs that are fighting against corruption. We have the Rwenzori Anti-Corruption, we have the IGG's office, and supporting it is through reporting these corruption cases that we'll be getting through various forms, that is online platforms, as how others have been telling us, and others also told us the links which we can do what we can use. Another prayer from Honorable Bachwa was, the President should start showing up Ugandans the plan to peaceful handover power to help Uganda rebuild and refine functional institutions. And also another prayer from one of the honorables was, prioritizing and putting the laws into action. That is through implementation, because as we already know, there are many laws about corruption, though they are not well implemented. So those were some of the resolutions, or the prayers that we managed to capture.
Thank you so much. I request the House to stamp as we appreciate and applaud our clerks for the job well done. And at this time, I will invite, since everyone in this House has been bestowed the title of Honorable, I will invite Honorable Mumbere Godson from Vision International Actors to give his remarks, and he will invite the Program Manager of Faraja to give us final remarks, and we adjourn our parliamentary sitting. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon once again, dear honorable members. I'm going to ask each one of you to give a round of applause to our right honorable speaker. Also, in a special way, I want us to applaud our interpreter. I know it is quite hectic to be standing for some good hours,
Thank you so much for the wonderful job well done. Also, in a special way, I want to thank the team from Faraja Africa Foundation. Thank you so much for the opportunity. On behalf of the youth from Dawenzori, we are very grateful. And to Madame Davina, representing the GIZ, I'm much humbled that you have been with us, that you have committed your time, your advice, the resources to the Dawenzori region. And I must confirm to everyone here that the Dawenzori Youth Parliament in the whole country, we are assuring that we are the most vibrant youth parliament in this country. And we are looking forward. And I want to inform other members who have attended for the first time that every year we are improving. Every year we are improving. The one for next year, I strongly believe, is going to be much better than this one. I want to thank the participants. Thank you so much for being very, very active. Thank you so much for representing very well the young people from the areas where you're coming from. I would surely be disappointed if you came here and kept quiet. I am very, very happy with you. You can clap for yourselves. I should say we are having a very active, youthful team from the Dawenzori region. And I will not take much of the time. As we go back, I will wish you safe journey masses and send our regards to the young people that you have represented today. Allow me invite Shalom for the closing remarks. She will be telling us what is next. Thank you so much, but I'm very happy for everyone that has attended this parliament today. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'd like to appreciate all of you for being active and for actually speaking up. Best believe that all these issues will be taken into account and we will have a way of addressing them. Without taking much of your time, I have shared a small survey, a questionnaire. Kindly spare 2 minutes to fill it out. This is going to help us restructure, inform the EU policies, the EU works, also our work that we are doing as well. We need to learn and see where we can improve and do better. Another announcement is if you have registered with the accountant and your mobile money number is in different names, kindly reach out to him to avoid any issues. Kindly do reach out to him. Other than that, through you, Honorable Speaker, I'd like to inform the House that lunch is ready. Please do have something before you exit. And once again, thank you very much for your time. It was nice being with you all. Have a good day.
Thank you so much for the wonderful remarks. And I humbly request that we, now since we started our parliamentary session with a prayer, we'll also end it with a prayer. I request Aboli from KRC, the one seated next to Honorable Zara, to give us a closing prayer and also pray for that lunch of ours. And please, as we move out, let us use this moment for interactions and networking. One of us gave an expectation to network. Now is the time. Otherwise, I thank you for being a very wonderful parliament, and indeed, we really must have all learned something from each other. Please, you can be stepping forward. I thank you, and I'm sure that as we move forward, the future is bright for the young people of this region and of this nation. I thank you.
Let us stand up for a word of prayer. Dear Heavenly Father, I thank you for this day. I thank you for the gift of life. I thank you for
gathering us here today, O God Father, as different youth from different districts in Rwenzori to discuss the different issues and motions, O God Father. I pray that we gain knowledge about from here, O God Father. I thank you that we have gained different ideas from these different youth, O God Father, and that we shall not live here the same, King Jesus. And I pray for the food that we're going to eat, King of Glory. I pray that it may satisfy us, O God Father. We pray that you bless the hands that have provided, O God Father, and the ones that have prepared the meal, O God Father. Provide for those who do not have. And I pray as we leave, O God Father, that we make friends, O God Father, networks that we shall forever remember, King Jesus. And as we go home, that you may give us journey mercies in the different places we stay in. In Jesus' name I've prayed and believed. Amen.
The sergeant is going to guide us on how we are going to have our lunch and also live here.
They don't necessarily get audience.
This being the 6th edition of the National Youth Parliament, organized by Faraja Africa Foundation.
Yeah.
As always, the drill is you have the regional parliaments where youth get to debate on various issues. So how were the regional parliaments of this year?
Well, quite interesting. They were bigger compared to last year. Remember, because last year we still had COVID, that was, sketchy. This time around, we had bigger numbers and we had wider participation.
This year's Central Regional Youth Parliament has been an interesting one, where I've had young people come together and deliberate on issues that are actually pressing us.
We are given those spaces to exercise and also give out our views to those local governments. We will try until Jesus comes back.
So far, this is the first youth parliament I've attended. Physically, I had attended the virtual one in 2021, but it has been a beautiful experience. A lot of brilliant people to meet, seeing the youth passionate about the matters of the country.
I think each year that gets by, the youth parliament becomes more interesting and it gets better. It's a very enriching experience to see young people debate on pertinent issues that affect them in society. It's a blessing to tap into their cups of wisdom because, they give us a fresh feel of what is going on at the grassroots, where we might not be able as leaders to reach on a daily. So young people's advocacy, strengthening the youth voice, is a platform that we really need to fully utilize, and the youth parliament offers it on a silver platter.
The question the youth are asking out there, how do you choose this member of parliament to come on the floor of parliament?
Okay, for starters, it is always a competitive process, that is for a fact. But in the competition, we look at leaders, young emerging leaders, who have hands-on skills, who have done something, and we also give a lot of consideration to the leaders from the grassroots, because given our development approach, we're using a bottom-top approach. I don't want to lie to you that I'm going to go and pick someone that has been in power for some time, that is exposed already. No, we want that person who has not been here one time, or that person who is able to talk, who is able to speak. And of course, while we're doing that, we consider special groups, I'm talking about the PWDs, yeah. I'm talking about the special groups. We're looking at the women, the young mothers out there, and that person who maybe didn't finish school, but they're trying to make it out there. So it's not like we don't want everyone to participate. I also have to have regional balances. We want each and every region
I was so inspired by the sessions. When I was cheering, at some point I got lost in my head. I said, imagine this was the real parliament, because the people were really respectful.